scary stuff.
Yeah.
And my
Ready?
daughter. Oh, yep. We'll be quiet now.
All right. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Planning Commission of November 16th, 2022. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including the staff reports, is available online or at the Planning Department, room 213. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the door at the back of the room. If you parked in the parking lot across the street to the north, the gate is open and no parking coupons are needed. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, commissioners and staff, cell phones may not be used in the chamber during any portion of this meeting. We appreciate your cooperation. The Planning Commission action today is final on the following items. Special permit 1.6, special permit 1573B, 4.4, special permit 22035, and 5.1, special permit 21037. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to the City Council or County Board. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held November 2nd, 2022.
Move to approve, Campbell.
Second, Rodenberg.
Shelley?
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Minutes approved 6-0.
Thank you. The next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there's a request from someone wishing to speak or at the request of a commission member. I will ask Shelley to read all the consent agenda items into the record. Once those items are read, she will ask if there is anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand and state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Shelley, will you please call the items on the consent agenda?
First item on the consent agenda is item 1.1, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 22023, to review as to conformance with the 2050 Lincoln-Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a proposed amendment to the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan to revise the North Haymarket Arts and Humanities Center redevelopment project on property generally located between 8th to 9th and R to S streets. Next item, item point 1.2, text amendment 22009 to amend chapter 27 of the Lincoln Municipal Code, section 27.63.530, amending the special permit requirements for residential healthcare facilities by removing the text that all facilities may have up to 4 individuals 60 years of age or older and one family acting as a residential caretaker, and repealing section 27.63.530 as hitherto existing. Next item, 1.3, change of zone 08057D to allow for an indoor theater within the existing PUD plan unit development on property generally located at 2626 North 48th Street. Item 1.4, miscellaneous 22013, to review the proposed determination that the Van Dorn redevelopment area number 2 may be declared blighted and substandard as defined in the Nebraska Community Development Law, and that the finding of blighted and substandard is in conformance with the comprehensive plan on property generally located at 10th Street, Van Dorn to Calvert, and High Street, 10th to west of 13th Street. Item 1.5, miscellaneous 22012, revising the Lancaster County physically constrained plan to include North 14th Street from Alva Road to Ashland Road. Item 1.6, special permit 1573B to amend an existing special permit to allow for a residential healthcare facility on property located at 1740 Superior Street. The action is final on this. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting these sites to be disclosed?
No.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on these consent agenda items?
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of the items on the consent agenda? If so, please stand and state that item. Seeing none, I will take a motion.
I would move to approve the consent agenda. Campbell?
Second, Rodenberg.
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Approved, 6-0.
Thank you. There are no requests for deferral, so we will now proceed to public hearing. Prior to staff making a brief presentation, each staff person should state their name, agency, and address. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. Each person testifying should state their name and address and shall have 5 minutes to speak unless additional time is requested and granted. The timer will go off after 4 minutes. The clerk will then indicate you have 1 minute remaining to wrap up your testimony. Once the final minute has lapsed, the clerk will indicate that your time is up. If during your testimony you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission or included as part of the record, please provide them to the clerk. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the Commission votes to defer action or continue the public hearing. Shelley, will you please call the first public hearing item?
Item for public hearing is item 4.1, text amendment 22012, amending City of Lincoln design standards for various revisions to Title II and III of the design standards for flood and water quality protection measures. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
Yes.
Yes.
Lori and I were both at the Mayor's Roundtable on Monday where we had a presentation from staff.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No. Brian?
Good afternoon, Brian Will, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. The following 3 items, 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3, are related, but you'll notice we only called one item. Specifically, staff has asked for each one of these items to have its own individual public hearing, and so we will start off with text amendment 22012. We're going to sort of tag team you here from the city staff. We have a couple presenters that are going to speak, and we're going to start off with John Carlson. Unless you have any questions for me.
Any questions for Brian right now?
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, John.
Good afternoon. Commissioners, my name is John Carlson, 555 South 10th. I work in the mayor's office, and I'm part of the LTU team and the overall staff team that's been working on these updated flood protections. I'm here today with Tim Zock, who's our superintendent of stormwater, and other members of the team will be available to help answer any questions or get you any information that you need. As Brian pointed out, I'd kind of like to start with kind of a little bit of our game plan here. We do have the 3 interrelated items on your agenda. They do have separate hearings. Since they're all interconnected, our plan with your approval is to just give you one presentation on the 3 items, not to give you the presentation 3 times in a row.
Thank you.
The one presentation, I'm going to just do a beginning overview of the need and the drive behind the changes. Tim will get up and talk about more of the details of the updates. When that's over, again, both of us are available to answer any questions or issues that are raised and to do any summary that's required. And then when the second and third items are called, then we'll just pop up briefly, or Brian will pop up just to say, and now this is the land subdivision part, and now this is the zoning part, just to sort of indicate where we are in the, but we won't give you a separate presentation. So the combined presentation might need a little extra time since we're not going to do it 3 times. So
Thank you.
that's our plan. So let's start off by talking about, for you and for the benefit of the viewing public, why are we here today? Well, our administration, not surprisingly, and everyone who works now at City Hall, our number 1 priority and our community responsibility is to protect the public safety and the health. Flood protections, as the mayor has said, while not as visible as maybe fire trucks or police officers, they are a critical element of our public safety. And as Tim will talk about and others will talk about too, the city has a long history of working with other agencies, the Lower Platte, South PRD, the state, and nonprofits in order to take a proactive approach for the last 30 plus years to protect our community from flooding, erosion, and there's water quality hazards. What's changed? Well, nothing's changed. We're continuing to do our course of work, except the world around us is changing. Climate change is happening, and the impacts to our community are real. They're becoming evident, and there's a cost associated with them. Lincoln has adopted a climate action plan, and we're trying to be proactive on those. We're trying to make investments and take policy changes and do infrastructure improvements that will make our community continue to be resilient, be able to be strong and thrive into the years to come in the face of these climate changes. One of those reasons is to look, one of those activities that we partake in is to use the latest scientific data to inform those policies. As Tim will talk about again, the rainfall data that we're currently using for the flood maps that we're currently using in Lincoln that drive policy and development are based on rainfall data from 1961. I think you'll hear consensus on this point. No one's arguing the science, no one's arguing the data. Rainfall has increased. The national federal agencies have put out the new rainfall totals as recent as 2014, and they need to be updated. But what they show us with a study that we've done to the South Salt Creek Resiliency Floodplains Plan is they show us that the flood maps that we're operating on today are too low. Those updated rainfall totals, when you run the hydrological analysis, they show that the flood maps that you're counting on, that someone's counting on to build or develop safely in the floodplain, are not giving them an accurate elevation. And in fact, if they make those kind of investments, they're going to be too low and they're still going to be subject to flooding. As we've seen in the not too distant past in Lincoln, flooding is real. Flooding is real, and it happens in Lincoln. And it happens across the community. And here's just some pictures, in south part of town. You can see near Old Cheney, you can see near Southwest High School. These are from 2015, when flood levels again approached the 100-year, which again is a bit of misnomer for people watching at home. It's not the rain that happens every 100 years. It's what happens every time it rains is a 1% chance that you may get the 100-year event. Northeast Lincoln, they suffered severe flooding and sewer backups as a result of undersized infrastructure that's being sized based on incorrect rainfall data and flooding data. There were certain neighborhoods that we've been in contact with. Certain neighborhoods basically were evacuated. People evacuated from their homes, Lincoln Fire and Rescue in the county. So these are dramatic photos, but it's just to remind us all that these are real issues. They happen to real families and real businesses, and the actions that we take today are important in order to provide those protections we talked about for our community. So let's jump back. How do we know the flood maps are too low? Well, we've conducted a very in-depth study with the support of Olsons and engineers and hydrological experts. This was a 2+ year project that was funded by community partners. And they had a community stakeholder group that worked with them that was comprised of engineers, neighborhood representatives, business owners, developers, that worked with them and supported them as they worked through to understand what the updated data was, what it meant to our flood basins, and not just the Salt Creek itself. That's an important distinction to make too. When we talk Salt Creek watershed, it's all the waters that drain into Salt Creek. So when you study Salt Creek proper itself, you're also studying the tributaries that flow into it as well. Salt Creek doesn't just rise because the water from the sky falls into it. I know I'm saying the obvious. Salt Creek rises because the tributaries that feed into it have also risen and are creating those impacts. Again, what the study showed us after that significant investigation was that on average, there's a 15% increase in flow across the entire basin, resulting in an average rise of 0.8 feet. Study shows that then across our community, it demonstrates this higher risk of flooding that we've talked about, and the fact that our flood maps are too low. It included recommendations on multiple strategies about what we should be doing in response to this. We are advancing on all of these. And so while the item that's in front of you today is specific about the floodplain protections that are in the zoning code, we will diverge just a little bit in our presentation to make sure that you understand that we are doing flood map revisions. We are doing hydrological and structural solutions as we move forward. So again, if the flood maps are too low, and the detailed study has shown that, what are we doing to protect our community? Well, most importantly, we've been in connection with FEMA. We've requested that they begin a remapping for our community. FEMA pays for that. We basically apply for grants that are granted to us that then we pay to get consultants and technical experts to do that work in association with FEMA. Tim can talk more about that. But the salient fact here is that those remapping efforts take 5 to 8 years to complete. That's just the fact of the federal process, and it has to be the federal process. We have to rely on FEMA to do the mapping. We can't do individual mapping or just sort of temporary mapping. It has to be the FEMA process in order so that at the end it's legal and it's been done right. We need to update the flood protections in the interim. That's the conversation today. We know the flood maps will be updated. We know that they will show the accurate elevations, but they do not show them now, and we need to do interim protections to make sure that people are kept safe. Going back to that process for updating it, just to kind of run you through, this has been a very lengthy process, a very in-depth process that's involved a lot of people across our community in a lot of different ways from a lot of different sectors. It's involved technical expertise, obviously, to use the data to drive the science to make sure that we've created recommendations and new program changes and new policy changes that are data-driven, that reflect the scientific reality around us. You can see the Salt Creek floodplain resiliency study that I mentioned before. You can see that we drafted up a manual of ordinance revisions. We've held stakeholder meetings since then. We've had individual meetings and feedback beyond that. The review workshops that were held last summer. So this has been a 4+ year process to get us where we are here today to talk to you about the recommendations that we need to provide interim protections for our community. Again, it's multiple strategies. Even though we're talking about the regulatory protections today, it's important to know that we're moving forward on all of these strategies. That's what Tim Zock, that's what Paul Zillig and the NRD, that's what our community partners do every day when they get up and go to work. They're moving forward on these strategies. Beyond the protections that we're talking about today, initiating the new floodplain maps that we talked about, we continue additional resiliency strategies for Salt Creek. We've applied for grants to do additional studies on structural solutions like dams and channel improvements that will help to protect neighborhoods and pull people out of the floodplain, like Antelope Valley and Dead Man's Run have done. And we're looking to expand our funding opportunities to be able to pay for those longer term and more expensive solutions that will be part of the package that we're using for the community. Big question of concern when we've talked to a lot of people is who's impacted by the flood protection updates? Well, importantly, not everybody. If you don't live in the floodplain, you're not necessarily impacted by the floodplain updates, although your neighbor might, or your family member might, or your business that you like to attend might. So it is a community-wide issue, even though about 16% of the area in Lincoln is what's in the floodplain. So although 84% of the land is not affected by anything we're doing here, they're part of the community, an important part, and they need to be accounted for. So as it says here, who's impacted? It's only construction activity within or immediately adjacent to the current floodplain. So it'd be a new home or business that wants to build within the floodplain. It'd be an existing home or business within the floodplain that wants to invest more than 50% of the value of their home. Now here again, an important thing to elevate, because there's been some confusion that we've been working with neighborhood associations to understand. That's the current rule. Nothing is being changed by any action today to affect that rule. If you do more than a 50% improvement on a property that's in the floodplain, FEMA requires that. That's a substantial reinvestment. FEMA requires you to be brought up to the safe elevation then, and that's a sound policy. And we want to mirror that policy by saying, if you're going to make that kind of an investment, if that's your lifetime savings on your home, don't spend that money based on maps that are going to keep you in danger. We need the interim protections to make sure that we reflect and honor that investment, to make sure that it's made at a level where it's kept safe and kept protected. Implementation, Tim will talk a little bit more about this, but that will take place 60 days after passage, and there is significant grandfathering. I'll leave that up to Tim to talk about. Again, how does it affect existing neighborhoods? Just a reminder that 84% of the neighborhoods are not located in the floodplain, but we have heard great correspondence from neighborhoods across the community. I've gone out myself, as was mentioned, the Neighborhood Roundtable got a briefing on this. I've been out to South Salt Creek, I've been out to University Place, both neighborhoods that experience flooding, to talk to them and help them understand what's happening. We've reached out to Belmont, we've reached out to North Bottoms, but even other neighborhoods that are not in the floodplain are interested in this, because there's great reciprocity across our neighborhood associations. They understand that just because it doesn't impact them is not something that they shouldn't educate themselves on and weigh in about. So you may see communications from neighborhoods that are not in the floodplain, but they take an active interest in the important things that happen in their community. Again, just to repeat, what if my house is currently in the floodplain? If you're not doing anything, you don't have to do anything. But if you make that substantial investment, we want to make sure that you make it in a way that it's protected. Again, how else are we helping properties in the floodplain now? So beyond, we talked about remapping, we talked about structural solutions, but structural solutions are not just the long-term ones, big dams, big homes, lakes. They're structural solutions that go on every day that Tim and his crew work on. When people go into the ballot booth and they vote for those stormwater bonds, those are monies that are provided to do important protections, like the Dead Man's Run project that's going on right now, that's doing channel improvements that'll lift 400 businesses and homes out of the floodplain over there. You recently adopted the Watershed Master Plan that took all the individual basin master plans and combined them together into a comprehensive master plan that helps identify and prioritize those type of structural solutions that will go on. So again, that type of work is going on every day by people in our community. Here's what I think we're going to hear a lot and to maybe talk a lot about today is, does this impact affordability, right? The mayor clearly has multiple goals, as any good administrator and leader should have, and beyond public safety, affordability, and these are not incompatible goals. These goals can both be accommodated with good, smart, strategic policy, which I think is what we have in front of us. Affordability across all housing price points, it's a top priority. There is an added incremental cost to building safely, acknowledged, clearly. You have to bring in more dirt. You have to do an extra row of block. You have to do extra construction in order to make sure that you've built safely out of the floodwaters. There is an added cost to that. However, and importantly, as the mayor has said repeatedly, building something substandard and unsafely is not our affordability strategy. We need to build it safe. And in response, we've been budgeting and developing affordable housing and other housing resources to help people close those gaps. What we say is we need to be able to help provide developers and builders when they're doing affordable housing projects and other projects with resources that they need to build safely. Sometimes it's not a floodplain issue. Sometimes it's maybe an intersection improvement or some other kind of way that we're helping those developers do affordable housing. In this specific interest, we have monies available to also help with these gaps that may be caused by floodproofing needs. And we've also recently expanded our TIF policy to go from a 15-year policy to a 20-year policy. That expands available TIF resources by 20%. And so those funds are also available specifically to do stormwater improvements and fund any gap for any housing projects. This is another thing we'll probably have a conversation about, this last bullet. FEMA estimates that the cost for the additional foot of freeboard that we're talking about to make sure that you're up out of the floodwaters can add between 0.25% and 1.5% to the total cost of construction. This is the FEMA document that talks about that. We see that confirmed in other areas too. I'm sorry, I have a small print, but basically the FEMA fact sheet is talking about this range of 0.25 to 1.5%. Importantly, that's a percentage. We've had some conversation about, well, but that's FEMA doing a national study. How do you localize that? Well, several ways, but the percentage itself helps localize that, right? A project that might be $1 million in San Francisco that's only $500,000 in Lincoln is still subject to the percentage increase. So the percentage increase is still transferable. We also see these ranges confirmed in other places beyond the FEMA documents. National Institute of Building Sciences produces an annual report for Congress every year. They have an extensive study that talks about and analyzes this. And they show construction costs for compliance with the foot of freeboard in the updated I-codes. It increased the cost of construction approximately 1.4% for a one-story house and less for a two-story house because there's cost savings on the scale. So again, within that range, we acknowledge there's a cost. But here's the other part of the story. Well, before I get to that, Department of Natural Resources at the state too. The other part of the story is this part at the bottom, which is that flood insurance and flood damage reduction savings easily outweigh these construction costs. So we have to tell the whole story when we talk about it. It's not just a cost story, it's a value story. What are you getting in return for the investments that you're making? Where you're getting significant reduction in your flood insurance costs. Every foot in freeboard you go up, you get a dramatic drop in the flood insurance that you have to pay if you're in the flood plain and you have a mortgage. Your lender will require you to get flood insurance. Homeowners insurance does not cover flood damage. Well, as Rich certainly knows, other people on here, I'm telling the public. These properties that need to buy flood insurance, when they build more safely, they typically have a payback of 2 to 3 years for those initial construction costs. And then in addition to the fact that your money is paid back, every dollar that you spend on floodproofing saves $4 to $11 in avoided flood damages, right? So just beyond the story of building it and making sure that you get your money back in your flood insurance, you're saving from that avoided property damage, not to mention the fact that you're trying to avoid and be safe and avoid the threats of injury and loss of life. So again, we maintain the best strategy is to build according to the updated safety standards, and we are working to provide additional funding for the affordable housing as needed. In other words, we can support both the goals of affordability and safe housing. Tim will talk a little bit more about this, but beyond the Salt Creek resiliency, we've spent a lot of time, 16 months, meeting with stakeholders and getting feedback on the proposed update. As I said before, we had the draft manual that came out of the Salt Creek resiliency study available in July of 2021. Our partners over at the Chamber hosted 2 stakeholder meetings for us in public open houses in the summer and the fall of 2021. And basically, at the end of 2021, people still had questions. They still wanted to have conversation. We were prepared to introduce this at the end of last year. Instead, we paused. There's been a lot of talk, and you'll hear more talk about pausing. We have paused. We paused for nearly a year to engage in another series of 4 review workshops. We've updated the proposal significantly based on that conversation that we've had in the intervening time. We think this has been a very extensive process that's been worked through the community and through channels, and we think it's time to take action to help provide protections for our community. I'm going to kick it over to Tim now so he can talk more about some of the specifics about what you're likely to see here in the proposal.
Good afternoon. Tim Zock, Superintendent of Stormwater with Transportation and Utilities, 555 South 10th Street. Again, we appreciate the chance to brief the Commission 2 weeks ago and provide a lot of these details. So some of what I'm going to present on today is going to be repetitive from what presented on to you guys, but I feel like it's important to reiterate that. So updating the Flood and Water Quality Protection Manual means that we need to update sections of the municipal code and design standards. And so I'm going to go through the design standard updates as well as the updates to Title 26 and 27 of the Lincoln Municipal Code. So starting with the first text amendment to the design standards, this is an update to Title 2 and 3. And as the design standards, it's a primary tool for implementing the Flood and Water Quality Protection Manual and the updates to that manual. And these updates are consistent with the goals, elements, and policies of the comprehensive plan, and staff recommendation for this is approval. So with the design standards, here's a summary of what the updates include, and I'm going to get into some more detail on these, but I'll read through these real quick. Updating to the latest rainfall data, the NOAA Atlas 14. That's the latest scientific data used to size our infrastructure. Looking to update the freeboard standard to a 2-foot standard in the interim until our floodplain maps are based on that updated rainfall, when it will revert back to 1 foot. Requiring adjacent lots to the floodplain to be graded above at that freeboard and have a minimum opening set, so allowing basements, but still having a minimum opening above, and having adjacent lots open to open channels, detention facilities, to just be graded above the 100-year and have a minimum opening set as well. With minimum corridors, we're simplifying our criteria to make it easier to implement while not increasing it beyond what it is today. And we have some additional mitigation allowances and exemptions to go along with that. Water quantity, so that's our detention. We have some flexibility in those design standards based on the feedback we received. Water quality, we've added some standard practices that we've seen used consistently as alternatives, so now they're standards. And erosion and sediment control, we're updating our standards based on the state of Nebraska's new permit requirements. And then there's other changes based on revisions in the manual. And then there's some changes in Chapter 2.15 and 2.20 dealing with the minimum street grade, and then changes also are just updating the name of our department to LTU and updating the name of the manual to Flood and Water Quality Manual. So that's why it's pretty long in the text amendments, but there's a lot of just updating language to be reference the correct names. So updating rainfall, I think we all agree that we need to be using the most up-to-date scientific data, and that's kind of based on our feedback with other experts. We all agree that that's what we should be doing. Looking at minimum corridors, there's a significant benefit to preserving these corridors. They help protect our community and development against flooding and erosion. They provide a benefit in preserving the natural riparian corridor, and they also increase property value. People want to back up to these corridors. But the current criteria is somewhat cumbersome in having to determine where this defined bed and bank starts. The criteria says you have to preserve these corridors if it drains over 150 acres or if there's a defined bed and bank. And that defined bed and bank takes field work, it's somewhat subjective. And so we wanted to simplify the criteria so that it can be more easily applied and everybody knows what it is, it's consistent. And so we had an engineer study this and do a lot of scientific investigation in the field, looked at a lot of scientific studies on defined bed and bank, and also looked at what a lot of other communities are doing in the region. And 40 acres was what they came up with as where that defined bed and bank on average starts. That's a very common starting point for other communities, as well as based on their scientific findings. And so we're starting that criteria at 40 acres and have standard widths set. Those widths are based on our current formula, and it's an average of what that width would be using our current formula at those drainage area increments. And on average, this is not an increase in what our standard is today. This is really simplifying that standard so that it can be more easily applied across the board. But we did want to look at, okay, how can we add some flexibility with this? And so we're allowing for the channel to be shifted in some locations and mitigated at either a 1-to-1 if it's not a high quality channel, or at a 1.5-to-1 if it is more high quality channel determined to be jurisdictional by the Army Corps of Engineers. And we've also worked with planning to add a block length exemption. This exemption then applies to the larger drainage ways that were more expensive, those drainage crossings, so that over 200 acres, those crossings would not be required to meet block length unless they are needed for additional connectivity to those neighborhoods for safe access. Going to detention ponds, we're not proposing to change anything to our standard that's been in place for quite a long time, but we reevaluated that and determined for smaller ponds we were willing to kind of shrink down some of those standards. And so for like embankment top width, reducing that down for smaller ponds, because that large of an embankment is not needed to hold back the water in a smaller pond. It is needed for larger ponds, structurally to hold back water and for safe access, and allowing for steeper slopes in other areas where it's not as critical for safety. And some other changes that we've made, really looking at allowing some flexibility on access, and willing to look at that on a case-by-case basis. For storm drain, really clarifying some of the standards that we currently have, that culverts need to be sized with 1 foot of freeboard over the 50-year, and allowing some flexibility in the alignment of storm pipes. It's a current practice, but we're writing that into the manual and the design standards. For post-construction best management practices, so water quality, we've added some standard BMPs and standardized the certification process. And as I mentioned, erosion sediment control, we're updating the standards based on the state's new requirements, and still keeping our reinspection fee the same, not increasing that as was initially proposed. And the minimum street grade, we were looking to increase the minimum to 1% to prevent some areas of standing water and issues that we get a lot of calls from the public on, but based on the feedback we received, leaving that at 0.5%, but really specifying where that's needed to try to eliminate these issues. As we get into the text amendment for Title 26, again, this is based on updates to the Flood and Water Quality Manual, and the staff recommends approval for this text amendment as well. We've added a definition for freeboard here, so that temporary condition, 2-foot freeboard, is written into the municipal code and does not have to be amended in the future, so that when our maps are updated based on updated rainfall, it automatically goes back to a 1-foot freeboard. And the minimum corridor, as I mentioned earlier, it's in all 3 of these sections, so you'll see that repeated again. That definition is updated in here, as well as adding that standard exemption to the block length. We've added the standard certification requirements in 2611, and in the development standards, are specifying that currently it says that adjacent lots need to be protected from flooding, and specifying that those need to be elevated above the 100-year and have a minimum opening set for those areas not along the floodplain, and for the floodplain specifying that the ground and the elevation needs to be, the minimum opening needs to be elevated, that freeboard. That's to protect these adjacent lots that are still susceptible to flooding, so that if there is a floodplain rise, that those in the future those buildings are not susceptible to flooding, not mapped into the floodplain. And then Title 2624 and 2625 are the flood regulations for existing urban area and new growth. And we'll get into this in a little bit more detail. But using the new freeboard definition, having a definition for residential development and residential structure, so it's clear what the requirements for residential versus non-residential applies to, and clarifying that residential development is allowed to be elevated or flood-proofed. So freeboard, that's kind of one of the main things that we're updating here. Our current standard is a 1 foot freeboard requirement. So a freeboard is that factor of safety, that height above the floodplain that the ground needs to be raised to or the lowest floor needs to be elevated to. And the state minimum is 1 foot. And as John mentioned, we're proposing a 2 foot as kind of a stopgap measure to protect against that, the floodplain being too low based on old rainfall data, so that development in the interim, while our maps are still out of date, will still be protected from that higher risk of flooding, and with the goal that when the floodplain maps are updated, that development in the interim will still be above the floodplain. So our initial proposal was a permanent 2 foot freeboard based on the recommendations of the Salt Creek Resiliency Study. That study, the community that it looked at as a recommendation there was a 1 foot freeboard above the 500 year. The 500 year is on average about 2 feet above the 100 year. So that would have been equal to about a 3 foot freeboard. We felt that a 2 foot freeboard above the 100 year was adequate, but based on discussions with stakeholders and the feedback we received, we're proposing kind of the minimum, as this is a stopgap measure to protect development in the interim. And so how that looks is in the subdivision ordinance. So when something's coming through planning, a preliminary plat, and are proposing to subdivide land, that new lots in the floodplain for residential need to be elevated above the floodplain and have a lowest floor set above the freeboard above the floodplain. And then new lots adjacent to it need to also have the ground above, so that if there's a rise, the floodplain doesn't encroach onto those lots and touch the buildings, but allowing basements for those lots adjacent to. That's something we lessened initially. Our proposal was to restrict basements for lots adjacent to the floodplain. We are proposing to allow basements, but making sure that that minimum opening, that window well for basement windows, is above, so that floodwaters do not come into a basement. For apartments, we had a lot of questions about what are apartments classified as. When it comes to building code, they are looked at as a commercial building, but when FEMA looks at an apartment, it's a resident. There are residences in apartment buildings, and FEMA classifies those as residential uses. And so to be following FEMA's standards, we have to also classify and regulate those as residential uses. If we don't, we can be in violation of that, and there's implications for our flood insurance program and the community rating system if we allow new residential development to be built in the floodplain. And for non-residential development, the thing with non-residential is they're required either to be elevated or flood-proof. So not commercial, industrial, there's that allowance that if the developer or builder so chooses, they can flood-proof those structures. And so that freeboard requirement applies to either elevating or flood-proofing. We added some clarifications to the letter of map change process. So that's if there's work in the floodplain to remove ground from the floodplain, that letter to amend the floodplain map needs to be submitted and approved by FEMA before those lots are platted. That way, that work is done with the development, not on a case-by-case, lot-by-lot basis by each builder, ensuring that the property owners that are going to be owning those lots don't have to worry about dealing with the floodplain. And also we had some proposals to change the no-rise requirement from 0.05 to 0.02 for Salt Creek and 0.03 for other tributaries. The thought there is that you could do a lot of work in the floodplain and still meet that 0.05, But we changed that really just to be for Salt Creek. Since Salt Creek is such a large watershed, we've only applied that to Salt Creek. So then as we get into Title 27, the zoning, that really deals with if there is a lot now that is already platted and zoned for a use, someone comes in for a building permit, that's when Title 27 applies. And so we're using that same freeboard definition and the same minimum corridor definition, using the definitions for residential development to distinguish what that means. And so for residential buildings that are residential buildings in the floodplain, the requirement is for that lowest floor to be built 2 foot above in the interim, 1 foot above once the maps are updated. And then for non-residential, it's those buildings either need to be elevated or floodproof to that 2 foot above in the interim. And still the same with the letter of map changes, requiring that in instances where there's impacts to the floodplain so that it's clear if there is a rise proposed in the floodplain that we have that updated in the maps. And then again, the same no rise proposal is in Title 27. So as far as implementation, we are proposing that these standards go into effect 60 days after adoption by City Council. That allows for these projects that have already in design, that have already had engineering done and planning done, to submit those to the city before those 60 days. Once those 60 days have commenced, then any new submittals will be required to meet the new standards. Any preliminary plats that are currently approved will be grandfathered in unless there has not been any work done on those, so no final plats have been platted within the last 5 years. Any building permits that come in on lots currently in the floodplain will have to meet the new standards after they go into effect. And then we're planning to continue our stakeholder engagement just to continue to get feedback on these efforts. So just to summarize what had been mentioned previously, you know, this is a multiple efforts here to protect our community from flooding. This is just one step in the process, starting with, you know, stakeholder engagement, the Salt Creek Resiliency Study, really looking at what is the effect on our community of these higher rainfall. And so looking to updating these standards, and we are initiating, working with FEMA to start updating our floodplain maps right now. And we have a grant that's already been awarded to the city for $515,000 to start that work. And we have a grant application into FEMA to look at structural measures, and we're continuing to look at other funding opportunities. And so this is just the next important step in that process to protecting our community. And so with that, I'll take any questions you may have right now.
Thanks, Tim. Dick?
What about existing houses that are in the floodplain? Will they have to raise their foundations to comply?
They're not required to do anything today.
Okay, they're
The
grandfathered.
trigger, you know, if someone comes in for, let's say they want to put an addition onto their house that's in the floodplain, their house is valued at $200,000 and they want to do a $10,000 addition, that's less than that 50% threshold. So they don't have to do anything there. It's only if, you know, they do a $101,000 addition now that's greater than that 50% threshold. And that's not something that we see very common at all. In the last 6 years, there have been 0 residential structures that have been substantially improved. There's been 1 residential garage and 1 commercial property. So it's not something that really happens very often because it's, you know, nobody's putting that significant of an investment into their property in the floodplain.
And with they in a floodplain, are they required, if they still have a mortgage, to have flood insurance?
If you have a federally backed mortgage, you're required to have flood insurance.
Okay.
It's a federal requirement.
And if they raised their property to the 2 foot, would that reduce their premiums?
Yep. Yeah. Elevating your property is one of the most, you know, significant things you can do to reduce the flood insurance premiums.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Tracy.
I have a question for you. I appreciate the foresight that you guys have put together when, you know, like, when the new FEMA maps are completed, you're not going to have to go back and then do an amendment to this to make sure that we're following them. But we talked a little bit on Monday about whatever the current version is of the NOAA, if it's 14 or maybe they've done 15 already. I noticed like in the wording there, what if it is NOAA 15 when the maps get done? Is that covered too underneath that? And
It's
that might be
something, it's not covered today because we don't know when that will be coming out but I think we have the ability to then amend that in the future.
Okay.
If updated rainfall data does come out.
Okay. Thank you.
So the 1961 is what you said the current rainfall information that the maps are based on. Is that correct?
Yeah. And that's the NOAA, and
Right.
the National Weather Service. That was a study they did. And then they hadn't updated that study until 2013. And
Okay.
that's like FEMA's standard is to use this data to map floodplains. And so that's the standard that was in place up until 2013.
So what happened after 2013? I guess why haven't we updated this prior to now? What's taken this so long?
Well, we started this process in 2017, and so it's kind of
Okay.
like this information came out.
Sure.
We had the flooding in May of 2015 that kind of was the impetus for a lot of this. And we implemented, the Salt Creek Resiliency Study to look at, okay, we have this updated rainfall data. And so, yeah, we don't act immediately, but
Sure,
we're taking
sure.
steps.
But would this be similar in communities across the country in terms of like relying on this data, this rainfall data, but that's 60 years prior? I'm trying to get some perspective on, are other communities kind of focused on this and having the same challenges?
If you do a Google search on the internet of like flooding and outdated maps, like there's all sorts of articles. Recent flooding, it's like maps are outdated and they don't show the actual flood risk.
Sure.
And so majority of the floodplain maps in the country are based on this 1960s rainfall data. And so it's this FEMA's wanting to update, the floodplain maps to updated rainfall, as well as looking to the future on what potentially could that look like.
And then you also mentioned that you started this process and then it was paused to get additional feedback, and you kind of restarted that, and then through your excellent presentation, part of it was a comparison of what your original thoughts were versus and then what's in front of us today. Am I right in assuming that feedback played a role in making those revisions to the original plan?
Yeah, it played a significant role. All of those were prominently based on the feedback we received in the stakeholder meetings last fall in 2021, as well as the 4 workshops we had these last couple months.
Thank you.
There's been several articles about businesses and organizations that are asking for a delay to study other options that might reduce some of the costs. Mm-hmm. In your presentation, it showed that you had looked at some of those things and continue to look at those things. What would a delay to allow some of these other elements to be explored, what would that cause?
Well, we could look at what's the benefit and cost of having this free board. We already know that, there is an upfront cost, but like John said, the benefit to that in preventing, damage down the road to properties, as well as reducing flood insurance premiums is, much more significant, that initial upfront cost. Also doing a study like that could show us that it's more beneficial to have a permanent 1-foot freeboard or a permanent 2-foot freeboard, or 1 foot over the 50-year event, the 500-year event. There's a lot of communities within the region that have even higher standards than what we're proposing today. So that's, you know, you could really look at
I think, yeah,
any of that.
I think where we land again is that, you know, we feel like there's been a significant hydrological study. We think we've done this significant analysis. We think that we paused for a year in order to do further development and take in further information. We feel this is very well understood. And so people say they want to do more analysis, they want to do more study. I understand that's the Lincoln way, is to do more study and more study and more study, but this feels like a very well understood and a very well studied activity. And it feels like to us like it's now time to take action for these interim studies, or these interim protections, knowing again that we're going to continue to move forward on these other strategies, but they have longer timelines. So it's important to do the things now that are important to do the short-term things as we continue to work on these other protections that'll take longer to solve.
Have you analyzed putting in additional dams?
That's part of the work that the Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study did. They analyzed doing any number of upstream channels and upstream improvements. They definitely can provide additional protections. They're very expensive. They typically take 10, 15, 20 years in order to install. So those will be ongoing conversations, and those will be part of our ongoing strategy to provide protections. But it's not a one against the other. They both have to work together. We need to do some interim steps now as we look at those longer-term solutions that may provide the longer-term benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this will affect properties within the city limits and also the 3-mile zoning perimeter.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We'll be here.
Okay, let me figure out where I'm at. Well, that was testimony from the applicant and from staff. So at this point, we will take testimony in support. Testimony in support. And I suppose, is it specifically text amendment 22012 or for any of them that makes sense? So, yeah.
I have a handout.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gene Hanlon. I live at 2710 Ryan Street, and I'm representing the Coalition for Environmental Improvement Floodplain Work Group. And my comments today apply to all three of the items on your agenda.
Great.
We support the proposed changes to the Floodplain and Water Quality Protection Manual. In addition, we ask that you not delay action. You have all the information you need to approve these changes. I've distributed a portion of Lincoln's vision for a climate-smart future, dealing with Lincoln's flooding risk. It highlights information in the Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study conducted by Olson. I'm sure you recall the May 2015 heavy rains and flooding in Lincoln. According to the Lincoln-Lancaster County Emergency Management Office, more than $3.9 million of damages occurred to public property and infrastructure. When you add the private damages into that total, the total cost of the flooding event is actually much higher. My son lived in South Bottoms at the time, and flood waters were up to the top of his tire on his car. His car was totaled, and I'm sure there was many others that were totaled as well. Many homes in the area also had floodwaters in their basement. Climate change is bringing severe and heavy rain events. Our current floodplain maps are based on, as was said, dated in 1961. Even Deanne Criswell, the manager of FEMA, the director of FEMA, has said current floodplain maps across the nation are outdated due to climate change. According to the National Levy Database, more than 5,900 people and 1,220 structures with property values of $847 million are at risk along the Salt Creek levee system. A majority of those living in the floodplain are low income or minority members. This is a very important environmental justice issue. Since it will take 5 to 8 years to update all of the floodplain maps, it is essential for the city to protect the health and safety of all of its residents, and these New standards are a good step forward in doing that. We understand the development community's concern about these standards, as their economic existence relies on minimizing costs and maximizing profits. The new standards before you will add some cost to new construction or major remodeling of homes in the floodplain. However, the responsibility of the builder ends when they sell that home or finish the construction. When a flood event occurs, the homeowner and property city taxpayers have to cover the cleanup costs. As planning commissioners, you have the responsibility to ensure safety of all floodplain residents. And as a homeowner, I would be happy to pay a higher price for added flood protection compared to the significant cleanup costs that would follow a flood event. I'd like to read a portion of the study. If you turn to the next to last page of that handout, I'd like to read the last paragraph of that page. The study, referring to the Salt Creek Resiliency Study, modeled structural flood risk reduction measures, for example, dams, to see what types of infrastructure would be needed to reduce risk along Salt Creek. Analysis found that even if 16 dams were built within the Salt Creek tributary subbasins, these dams would not be enough to prevent flooding based on our current flood hazard data, let alone future climate projections. The existing Salt Creek levee systems are not accredited by the Federal Emergency Management Agency to provide protection during the 1% annual chance flood event, and an investment to bring levees to accreditation levels would be immense. Additionally, this investment would not have a positive cost-benefit ratio, which would make these changes to levees ineligible for federal funds. That's a direct quote from the study. We need these new standards. It takes political will and a collective long-term vision to bring about climate-smart development improvements to our building and development standards and to protect our health and welfare. We hope you approve these changes today. And as policymakers working with developers, it's important for Planning Commission members to ask each developer bringing plans forward, how does your development comply with all the climate-related policy statements in the 2050 Comprehensive Plan? We encourage you to ask this question. Thank you for your time and service to Lincoln and Lancaster County.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have one very important one.
Yes.
Did you model for this picture?
No, that's not me. That's
Okay.
not me.
Thank you. Other testimony and support?
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn McNabb. I live at 1701 West Rose Street. More than 20 years ago, then Mayor Don Wesley gave a collection of people active in neighborhood organizations, some developers, and several of us environmentalists the assignment to look at how the city regulated building near creeks and floodplains. Mayor Wesley also assigned some knowledgeable city staff who were good teachers. They walked us through the choices and the ways interests could be balanced: homeowners, developers, the natural world. Compared to the job that we had, you and the City Council have today a much more difficult one. We had it easy. You could talk about a 100-year flood and imagine that time period, a long human life. But now we're talking about Lincoln experiencing floods that normally occur once in 1,000 years. In fact, in 2015, the 1,000-year flood already happened here, or very close to it, in Lincoln and nearby towns. So now you must balance those interests into an unknown and changing future. If the mayor today were to set up the kind of floodplain task force of 20 years ago, it would have to include a whole delegation of young people Over time, it will be their world to manage when the problems caused by climate change will worsen. As I see it, you have a choice between risk and caution. The city could take the risky path of taking no action until a second study is done. It appears to me the study called for will address exactly the same questions addressed in the Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study's Recommendations Report, published 2 years ago. That report looked carefully and in detail at possible structural changes. As you probably know, to quote a summary, I think I'll let you hear this twice today, from the Virtus Group's report on climate action, quote, analysis found that even if 16 dams were built within the Salt Creek tributary subbasin, these dams would not be enough to prevent flooding based on current flood hazard data, let alone future climate projections. Another way to state the choice I see in front of you is that you can, first of all, protect developers' immediate interests in keeping their costs down, or you can give priority to holding down the costs of cleaning up after flooding, which will quite possibly be paid by homeowners in the future if the city does not protect them now with these modest and sensibly proposed regulations. Any city in the world like ours that has a water course running through it, which is a lot of cities, it is facing a greater possibility of flooding because of increased intense rain events that are the results of climate change. That insecurity can only increase until we reduce and then stop putting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Of course, that issue is not in front of you today, except to say I hope you will recognize it is a different world now that produces thousand-year rain events, and we have to learn to live with it on different terms. With great caution, I hope. I wanted to add one quick thing that was on the web today for the first time. A report was published by Rebuild by Design that finds that 95% of U.S. counties have experienced a weather disaster fueled by climate change in the last 10 years. Damage amounted to $740 billion and more. This is a different world we're living with now, and I hope that these regulations go into effect immediately. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mark Lindeman, NRD staff, 3125 Portia Street. I'm handing out a letter from Paul Zillig, General Manager, a letter of support, and I'm just going to summarize what he's written here for you all. Dear Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. The NRD appreciates all of the work and contributions that have taken place over the last several years to get where we are today and to propose these improvements to the city's ordinances and design standards. A lot of knowledge and expertise has been involved in this effort. The topics of rainfall, flood corridors, stormwater drainage and detention, best management practices, erosion and sediment control, water quality, and floodplain regulations are very much important to the NRD, and we believe the proposed updates will provide long-lasting benefits to our community. The NRD supports utilizing the most current rainfall estimates. It's standard practice in the science and engineering community to utilize the latest technology and the best available information. So when we identify our floodplains, we can ensure new development isn't located within the floodplain or is adequately protected. Until new floodplain maps are completed, the NRD agrees that the additional 1 foot of freeboard requirement should be enacted to avoid structures being built now and later finding out they're not elevated high enough or properly protected. The city and NRD have partnered together over the last 20 years to study and improve our stream corridors, and the NRD supports the additional protection of our stream corridors that is proposed. Current requirements don't do enough. There's always room for improvement, and we can always do better. The proposed improvements to setback requirements to create stream buffer areas based on drainage acres, simplifies the process, removes some of the subjectivity, and will do a better job protecting our stream corridors. The other changes are also important: post-construction best management practices, erosion and sediment control, water quality is all takes into account of that. We feel these will make our community a better place to live now and in the future. In short, the NRD supports all the proposed changes. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you so much.
Members of the Lincoln Lancaster Planning Commission, I'm Dale Williamson. I live at 5315 Thies Cove Drive. I'm here just providing testimony in my own behalf because I feel this is an extremely important subject. I've been working on floodplain issues since the 1950s, before Lincoln ever had any well, they had floodplain issues, but didn't have any floodplain regulations. I assisted in the implementation of the Nebraska floodplain management law in the 1960s as a responsible state agency. A Soil and Water Commission was the agency responsible then. It's now the Natural Resources, Department of Natural Resources. I served in that agency for 42 years and 30 as a department director. So I've been to a lot of floodplain meetings, and not only in Nebraska, but in other states, because we did a lot with other states in FEMA. I am so pleased that the city of Lincoln has taken all of these responsibilities the last several years to improve this. It's really good. I've tried to follow this, but the briefing today was excellent to really come up. And it's gratifying to note that the update is well recognized by many, many people in Lincoln. Many, many people. So that's good. You've got strong support. And a little background story: in the mid-1960s, when legislation was passed, the city of Lincoln did not accept the responsibility. Did not accept the responsibility. The state agency had to do it. I was responsible for it. And look at what has changed. Now you've really, everything is so well planned and everything. Now with this tremendous effort underway, update of the future management of my floodplain, it's a time to move forward. And the initial step of increasing the 2-foot freeboard is really important. When we wrote the regulations for the law, we could have put a 2-foot freeboard in there right now. We had a lot of arguments, but we thought, well, we'll be conservative and a 1-foot freeboard. And so doing the 2-foot freeboard is extremely important, and don't let anyone talk you out of that. Don't let anyone talk you out of that. Another pause would not be desirable at all. Since floodplain boundaries are no longer well-defined, exercising the best option to decrease potential of flooding is really good. And that's a good option, the 2-foot freeboard. One quick story. When the state regulated in Lincoln, in that short period of time, there was a house built in the floodplain. And maybe it was even in the floodway and the floodplain. And so our agency had to decide what to do with that. Well, going back to World War II, signs were all over the world. Kilroy was here. Kilroy was here. And lo and behold, when one of our commissioners, that was a World War II member, a soldier, saw that the owner of the house was Kilroy. So guess what happened? He made a motion to remove the house and put up a sign, Kilroy was here. And so we don't want a lot of signs in floodplains that said Kilroy was here. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Foster Collins. I live at 2100 Calvert Street, and I'm here representing myself today. I support the proposed changes to the drainage criteria and water quality protection manuals, and I also ask that you not delay action and conduct additional studies. I also think you have all of the information you need today to make these changes. Our culture is full of admonitions that warn us of taking steps that may have negative consequences. The Hippocratic Oath taken by doctors warns all in the medical professions to first do no harm. Simple, elegant, concise. In 2004, I served on the Mayor's Floodplain Task Force, which was responsible for bringing forward the regulations we have been living with for almost 20 years. Included in that year-and-a-half process was an educational effort led by Glenn Johnson of the Lower Platte South NRD, Nicole Fleck-Tews of Lincoln Planning, and other members of our Public Works Department. It was an arduous educational experience for the members of that task force. Developers, lawyers, engineers, neighborhood activists, and environmentalists, we all learned from the leaders and from each other. One of the greatest lessons we studied is the motto of the Association of State Floodplain Managers: no adverse impact. Simple, elegant, concise. In floodplain management, this refers to a toolkit of guides to help direct development in flood-prone areas, to keep development from building in a manner that shifts the flood hazard from the new buildings to someone else already existing in the flood-prone area. I submit to you today that to delay in implementing the proposed changes to our regulations would present an adverse impact to the residents of our own at-risk areas. Many of these people are in the floodplain but are unaware of this because of the use of out-of-date maps. You've already heard referenced twice the Salt Creek Resiliency Study and the Climate Action Plan that acknowledge that climate change is happening. Intense rainfall events are increasing with alarming frequency and destructiveness. The floodplain is expanding, and that no structural changes in the built environment, dams, impoundments, ponds, would preclude a rise in the 100-year flood level. The studies we have now show that our 100-year flood level has risen by almost a foot over the level cited in the old FEMA floodplain maps. These changes simply add regulation to bring our freeboard level for new building up to what we reasonably expect the new FEMA maps will show when we do receive them. If you delay the implementation for a study, as has been requested, the residents and occupants of any new buildings and the occupants of existing buildings in the new expanded actual floodplain will be at risk of flood damage that we already know how to prevent with these new regulations. The cost to make these changes is incremental, 1.5% to 1.5% of the construction cost, but the cost of flood damage can be over 100% for repair or replacement. Additionally, the decrease in flood insurance premiums can provide an offset to these increased construction costs. Please do not delay this vote. Do not create an adverse impact on our fellow citizens who live in these flood-prone areas.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Gary Irvin. I live at 7th and D. I live a block from the 100-year war, and the 100 or 500 gun is right next to my house. So I'm fully aware of it. I'm part of the South Salt Creek board, and there's just a couple things I wanted to kind of, as I've been listening to everybody else, is it's been, I think, 25 years or better when they started the Antelope Valley design team. I was on that. And one of the things that was really pushed onto us, and there is some of them, is the retention ponds. We've had chances over the years of putting retention ponds on South Salt Creek, but everybody keeps building into those, and we're losing them. faster than we can actually get them. But that's where one thing, the dams, they say, you know, won't help, but these retention ponds would help immensely. But right now, I don't know where we would, there's a couple places I could think of that we could have them, but if we could get some retention ponds or some way of getting that water to stand still for a little while, we wouldn't have to endanger people that got flooded out in 15. So I guess that's about all I've got to say on that. But the retention ponds is the one thing that was drilled into us when we were working on that. And I've been to about every meeting as far as this other, you know, the floodplain and stuff. So it's not a foreign thing to me, but I just wish we had done it earlier, which means we need to do what we're doing right now, get it done, and get started, instead of waiting 20 or 30 years to do it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions of me?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Nope. Thanks much.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Johnson. I live at 254 West Lakeshore Drive. I and my large extended family proudly call Lincoln and Lancaster County our home. And so I'm here personally wearing the family hat to voice my full support for what I see as a very modest updated flood protection set of measures. Recognizing that by no means do they represent the complete solution here. Rather, a reasonable, prudent first step in what will be and is already an ongoing comprehensive effort and process to build better flood protection for the community and the surrounding area as well. To do otherwise, to me, maintaining the one foot freeboard and the status quo, I think is very foolhardy and yes, can definitely be very costly as we witness what our changing climate is doing, which to us registers as increasing frequency and intensity of storm events. And we all have memories of 2015. So it's not if, but when these occur. Now, I know many, but not all, in the development community argue that these provisions raise cost of housing development and construction, albeit this applies only to those areas in or nearby or adjacent to floodplains. And of course, affordable housing is a priority. But wearing my economist hat now, because I taught economics at UNL for a long time, I find that argument fairly hollow, in that in this situation, an increased cost, as previously noted, is in the neighborhood of something under 2%. That's very minor in light of what could be happening to insurance premium payments and so forth down the road for the homeowner, let alone the cost of cleaning up in the event of a serious situation. So, bottom line, affordable housing should be safe housing, front and center, okay? Now, I'm just, another quick perspective. I'm just finishing up 2 terms on the Lower Platte South NRD Board of Directors. And over those years, we on the board have worked with countless neighborhood associations. We couldn't even count them on fingers and toes, I don't think. And they're seeking our help for drainage and flooding issues in their own backyards. In fact, we have 2 such actions this evening at our November meeting that are along that line. And the pattern seems all too familiar. Too many buildable lots platted on the given area for development, oftentimes too close to the natural drainage areas or modified drainage areas. Sloughing of stream banks is common. Undersized retention ponds that silt in and washout and a variety of other things happen. Rising water tables and sump pumps running 24/7. And that's, and on of that. And of course, the bottom line of this is the original developer is long gone. The bottom line is that the total burden is now on the homeowners. So it's no question from, as I've seen our discussions and deliberations and assistance to these groups, you know, could have, should have, is kind of what comes up in the picture. And if these modest adjustments now, as first steps, are approved and brought forward, there's no doubt in my mind that that would help prevent some of these issues that do show up 5, 10, 15 years down the road for homeowners across the area. So with that, one final point. I attended funeral services last Saturday for Elaine Hammer and overheard decades of community engagement and involvement. She served on many boards, including the Planning Commission a long time ago. What a legacy she left. That was clear to all. And the crown jewel of that is our Great Plains Trail system, which she was the founder of, you know. And what a strength that is for the state, or for the city of Lincoln and the broader region.
Time.
Those of us who knew Elaine well know that she was tenacious and stubborn, albeit civil and open-minded. But I think above all, Elaine was a visionary. She saw the bigger picture, she considered the connections and connected dots, and she laid out a perspective that was thinking bigger and thinking longer term for the common good of all. So I think we can learn there that as we grapple with Lincoln's, really the key climate change issue of flooding, is that maybe you and I and all of us could have that kind of visionary perspective. I think we get a lot done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Edgerton and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ken Winston. Guess I'm going to give my office address, which is 1327 H Street, Suite 300, here in Lincoln. I'm appearing on behalf of Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light and the Nebraska Sierra Club. Basically, I'm not going to repeat the testimony that's been given earlier. There was a lot of good testimony, but we support the testimony. Gene Hanlon had some excellent comments, and Foster Collins and General Williamson had wonderful comments. I really appreciated what he had to say. But just wanted to talk a little bit about the reasons for our support for these provisions. First of all, as has been previously mentioned, it is consistent with the Lincoln Climate Action Plan, which was adopted by the City Council, and obviously this board heard that plan as well. But that was adopted in March 2021. And I guess also, as indicated earlier, it doesn't go as far as the Climate Action Plan would have indicated should be done because of the impacts of extreme weather events. And there's been some discussion about the 2015 and 2016 floods and how those are how they're becoming more frequent, and those kinds of events are becoming more frequent and more extreme. Further, I believe it's been well stated why delaying this decision would be an irresponsible act. There was the resiliency study that Olson did back in 2020. It's an excellent detailed study. I frankly have not read it all, but I've looked at some of it, and it's got lots of good stuff in it. And to be frank, just looking at some of the potential impacts are kind of scary. I mean, the idea of the kinds of floods that we could be looking at, we need to be taking action now to avoid those kinds of impacts. And in addition, the question of whether further impoundments would prevent this from happening, that study looked at that issue specifically and said, well, it'd help, but it wouldn't prevent the worst impacts. And so we need to, just doing another study would spend more money, but probably would not lead to any changes in conclusions. And then, as has been previously stated, there may be some increased costs of development, but it's kind of, I guess I'm just thinking in terms of practical ideas, like you have seat belts in your car and the manufacturers are required to put seat belts in. Well, that probably increases the cost of the car, seat belts and airbags and things like that. But the savings from the loss of life and the injuries that are prevented, it's well worth it. Nobody questions those. Well, few people question those kinds of things today. So to the extent that there's increased costs that are borne here, they can be passed on. And I understand that nobody likes to have anything increase in costs, but that's it's not going to be borne by the people who are going to be developing these properties. Then also talking just a little bit about affordable housing, and both the organizations that I work with are very concerned about affordable housing and think it's very important that we have affordable housing in Lincoln. But I guess from our perspective, that's a red herring. This is not really about affordable housing. And if we want to have a discussion about affordable housing, let's talk about some of the incentives that are available for affordable housing. Like the legislature this year appropriated $10 million for affordable housing in the state of Nebraska. And the Inflation Reduction Act that was just passed by the United States Congress in August appropriated $25 billion for that for affordable housing. So let's look at it comprehensively and not just try and fit this through some sort of needle, the eye of a needle here. Then one of the things that thank you.
One more minute.
As was previously mentioned, Bruce Johnson talked about our trail system and what an amenity that is and how important that is. And as a person who is on the Great Plains Trails Network board myself, and also I want to recognize Rich and Susan Rodenberg's key roles in developing that trail system, is really a wonderful amenity. But those are the kinds of amenities that make Lincoln a great place to live. The fact that we are a forward-looking community and we look at things that protect people and protect nature. And those are the kinds of things that attract people to Lincoln and make people want to live here, and the reason why we're on the top 10 lists of best places to live. And I guess one of the final things that I wanted to say is I understand there may be some more planning and stakeholder activities going on. We'd be glad to be included in those activities. So thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you. Other testimony and support?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Adam Hintz, 1919 Prospect Street, Executive Director of Friends of Wilderness Park, speaking on behalf of FWP and in favor of these text amendments. This year, we've spoken with many homeowners living around Wilderness Park and Salt Creek. Many have concerns about flooding and the damage it would cause to their properties. These text amendments will not only protect these families and their investments, but also homes owned in the future by our children and grandchildren. These amendments will also save property owners money through reduced flood insurance rates, and the discussions and studies surrounding the need for added flood and water quality protections have been underway for many years. Adding these protections now is necessary and wise, and there is no doubt the floodplain is expanding. Approving these amendments is a good step in the right direction to realize this fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional testimony and support? Is there any neutral testimony? Testimony in opposition?
Good afternoon. My name is Kent Seacrest. I at 1128 Lincoln Mall, representing the Lincoln Stormwater Coalition, which is a group of 27 different organizations that are opposed to the current process and the current proposal that's in front of you today. I would ask for two requests. You have 3 separate hearings today. I would ask that you not vote after each hearing, but vote at the end, because they all get intertwined real fast. And secondly, I can't begin to explain the complexity of this issue in 5 minutes and our inability to have worked a successful consensus process with the administration in 5 minutes. So I would ask for additional time because of the magnitude of clients of all sectors.
Yes.
My clients represent the right, the left, and the center of this community, represent for-profits and nonprofits. We focus on different specific sectors of this community, as well as have organizations that are community-wide in scope. And we represent older neighborhoods to downtown to the new growth areas. We represent small employers, we represent large employers. We represent housing to financial institutions, to single family, to multifamily. So it's a very broad group of people. And we came together 10 months ago. I've not tried to expand the coalition since 10 months ago. Could I? I think I could very easily if they give, but that was not the goal. The 27 is just representative of a broader interest group, I think, in Lincoln, Nebraska. I got to talk to you about my interest in this. It's hard for me to stand up here against flood regulations. Why? Well, I start back when we did the first major push in 2001. I was a consultant with the city and the NRD on that process, believing in the need to raising the standards and the requirements. If you look at the Olson Salt Creek study, you will see my firm's name on that study. If you look at Antelope Valley and all the work we did to generate protection of those 800 homes and 200 businesses, I was a consultant for the city and the NRD and the Lower Platte South on that project. And the last 12 months or so, I was asked by the city and others to form a affordable housing coalition. And so I worked very hard on that and to get that jump-started and raised to an important. So these are not simple issues, and that's the point I would like to take with you and try to help you understand the complexity along here. The genesis is the Salt Creek study. And while it did talk about an 0.8 average rise, it also talked about the need for structural solutions to help reduce the risks. It also talked about the need to do additional economic studies because of the complexity. Not all structures, not all solutions are positive. Some are. And we got to be sure by studying we get the right mix so we have a positive cost-benefit ratio, because that's going to be important to get community buy-in and to get funding from the state and federal government along the way. We believe in the science of NOAA 14. So that's not the issue. We believe in protecting the city's 25% discount rate that we get in flood insurance. We don't want to see that harmed in any way along the way. So we just need to recognize that we've got probably 7 important historical, sometimes lower income neighborhoods that are impacted by this. We've got many of Lincoln's companies, large and small, Burlington Northern, Lincoln Industry, Innovation Campus, parts of the university, airport environment, and others that are impacted by this. And we just want to talk to you about the importance that The final regs came out October 28th. And it's been a scramble because one of the things you're going to hear today is I have two parts to this. The first part is to ask for a 6-month delay so we can do a more comprehensive approach and get better buy-in so the community supports this and can solve it in a better, more comprehensive way. And then the second thing is we reached out to 9 different engineers. Civil engineers, hydrologists, many are in front of you on a regular basis, but you're not going to see many of them today because they don't want to look like they're opposing the administration when they have to be in the next day asking for approval of their regulation or their plans for stormwater. So I met with them. And so the second part is I've come up worked with them and got a consensus of proposed changes. That group feels the current package in front of you is not balanced and goes too far. So I've handed out the first set of proposed amendments that were the engineers' recommendations in a consensus way. So I want to just talk about flood protection. You and I could design a really, really good flood protection program, and the costs would be astronomical. We don't do it one project at a time or one public policy at a time. We got to balance affordable housing, workforce housing, the missing middle, protection of older neighborhoods. We have to also balance job creation and job retention. All that has to be balanced so that we get the best bang for the dollar on our goals. And that's what I think is missing here as well, and we're missing the opportunity to go forward with. FEMA standards are not, we're exceeding the FEMA standards. They don't have a 1-foot standard. They don't have a 2-foot above the floodplain standard. They just want you to be above the FEMA maps. We know the maps are out of date. So the question is how to get it better balanced. And right now what you're seeing is a one-size-fits-all. You're seeing 0.8 of a foot in the Olson study, and we're rounding 0.8 of a foot up to a foot. You know, that's rational. I'm not going to argue that we're doing that. But the question is, we're saying what happens on Salt Creek also happens in every other watershed in Lincoln. And all the civil engineers I talked to question that, because Salt Creek is huge. The other watersheds are not in relationship to Salt Creek in size. And so the question is, if it rises on average 0.8 in Salt Creek, that doesn't mean that's what the rise is in other areas. And the biggest fear, I think, is what I call the over-under problem. Salt Creek averaged 0.8. And average means there were areas of Salt Creek that were below 0.8. So when you require them to hit 0.8, you're bringing in more fill, loss of flood storage, and costs, when they could have had a lower standard. That's the under. The over problem is maybe even worse, because if the average is 0.8, that suggests that there are properties over 0.8. And when a property is over 0.8, or over a foot, in this case, what's that mean? They come in for a building permit, they do the foot, they think the extra foot, and they think they're safe, and they're not. We think we can do a better job of getting informal or formal mapping done within a 6-month period of time that could show people precisely what they are in relationship to that certain stream, what the rise is. We call it best available data. You can call it informal mapping. We could call it flood prone and have the council adopt it. And so we don't have a one-size-fits-all along the way. We also want to talk about, well, let me start the story this way. 10-some months ago, we came together, the 27, and reached out to the administration, asking for a very collaborative process with them. We asked for 4 objectives, and we asked and said we put our money where our mouth is because we feel an economic study and a consultant team, an independent consultant team is important here. Experts outside of Lincoln who have worked with other communities who have had this same set of type of problems, and so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So we proposed to, the coalition proposed to fund $125,000 for the consultant team to study with the administration and the community 4 objectives. One of them is regulations. We know we need regulations in certain areas, but not overdoing it, which we think this is overdoing it. So we're not anti-regulation. Number 2 is the independent team would be hydrologist, civil engineer, and economist. We feel that the regulations, to be sure they're not overdoing it, should have a cost-benefit analysis to be sure we understand the costs and the benefits, because there will be both along the railway. And we think that data point has not been occurred for Lincoln, Nebraska, and it could be done within a 6-month period of time. We also feel structures are to study structures and to implement the structures, and they come in all sizes, baby bear, mama bear, papa bear. And we think the community is just so unaware of the increased risk we're in. We have a problem. NOAA 14 saying we have a bigger problem, and we got to address it, and structures are one of the ways that Olson's study identified, and we feel is important too. And we felt in 6 months we wouldn't have the structures implemented, most of them, but we could identify the process on how you start the work plan, how you Lincolnize it. There are certain structures that are ecological in nature and others aren't. I don't think Lincoln wants to hire consultants to go down a rabbit hole on bad ecological structures. So we would at least identify what's in the Lincoln value system. We'd also identify how we start jump-starting to ask for additional funding that we're going to need for particularly mama bear and papa bear type structures, because they're expensive, but they have great benefits along the way. And we think, more importantly, we have 16% of this community in the floodplain, and structures could not only get rid of the 8/10 foot problem on average, but it could get it lower. Lower would mean we would take people out of the floodplain, their buildings, their homes, their businesses. And that saves them big dollars when it comes to flood insurance and gives them a hope along the way. Finally, we have a bigger problem. I'm sorry to say, but we need additional funds. We have to identify that as a community, that we have a bigger problem that's going to take additional funds. Additional funds are going to be needed to help fund several of the structures that could help mitigate and reduce the floodplain. And we've got structures in the old neighborhoods that there's no way they're going to, well, let's take an example. There's a flood, and those older homes in those older neighborhoods get flooded. Odds are the damage could be more than 50%. They come in asking for a building permit, and they will be told, no, you cannot get a building permit at 1 foot, and you can't get one for sure at 2 feet unless you fill in your basement. Well, think about that. You can't fill in a basement on most older homes because that's probably where the water heater, air conditioning, and ventilation system starts, as well as other important areas. They will not get a building permit. If these older homes in these older neighborhoods are damaged by flood, earthquake, or there's plenty of homes that have just had such deferred maintenance now that they've gone way beyond what they should have, and when the next person comes in and says, I got to bring this up to rehab code, that's a 50% problem that they will exceed their their assessed value on. So there's many fact patterns, and we haven't had the problem for the last 5 years. Is because it was 6 years ago that we had the flood. And so this problem on older neighborhoods is bad because if they cannot get a building permit, which FEMA won't allow unless you meet the standards that the city and FEMA require, you're not getting a builder permit. And I will show you blight. I will show you when you can't get a building permit, that becomes the problem neighborhood, the crack house, whatever in the neighborhood. So it's an issue that we got to address in a more comprehensive fashion in our report. We worked, again, last December, we proposed this four-prong approach. I call it the four objectives I just outlined to you, to the administration. And at first, we were getting indications that, yeah, those are four good objectives. Well, 7 meetings later and many emails later, this fall, or maybe it was late summer, we learned that the administration did not favor to do an economic study of the regulations. They knew it was going to cost more, they just didn't need that information. But we said the council deserves that information, the community deserves that information, because we're going to have to ask them for additional funds. And there's no way we're going to get community buy-in for additional money to really solve the problem without showing them the consequences and the costs and the benefits along the way. We then have the other thing is we learned that the administration wanted to go ahead with the regulations. We tried to engage for 10 months on these 4 objectives. We thought we were getting in there, but then we never engaged. And it wasn't because we didn't try, because we did try along the way. So we're now faced with believing that a 6-month process is still the way to go because of the importance to try to find the mapping, to try to find the money, try to find the structural process to jumpstart, and to find regulations that are better balanced and don't overreach or underdo it along the way. Well, we just have a dilemma, and it's just a difference. We both sides believe in protection of this community. We both recognize the increased flooding threat along the way, and we just need to all recognize that, well, let me try to wrap the first part up by saying they talk about interim standards, regulations. Every one of these is not interim except for the one on the definition of freeboard. All the others, and there's lots of others that didn't get summarized for you. I mean, they're just pages and pages that we have to talk about. But the bottom line is they're not interim. They will go into effect, except for the freeboard definition, will go into effect when the new maps come out. So it's raising the bar and raising the cost. I don't know if any of you saw the Journal Star editorial today. I'm pretty confident the Journal Star editorial board got to see the same presentation by the city administration team. I don't know that, but I'm just speculating, because we got called by the Journal editorial board afterwards to say, come in and explain your side of the equation. And we took an hour. They asked us lots of good questions, and all I can tell you is they heard both sides, and they concluded this 6-month effort to do these more broad, comprehensive approaches will get the community on board. It gives them hope. Yes, we're going to make your life more challenging and difficult with the regulations and a freeboard that's a foot higher in the interim. But we're going to give you hope because we're serious about getting structures, about finding money, and getting you better data points so you can make those decisions in the interim period of time. I only got to go to 2 groups the last 2 weeks because I've been out of control. I went and presented this information to the Chamber of Commerce, and I asked them a question. How many of you, before I just went through my presentation, had heard about these regulations? 90% of the hands went up. They had not heard. Later in that day, I got to go talk to the leadership of Civic Nebraska. And I asked them the question, what percent of your constituent neighborhoods, older neighborhoods, think they know what's going on here? They felt they were pretty clueless. I didn't get a percent out of that group. Well, again, the Olson study we believe in. It said not only do we need balanced regulations, but we need structures, and we got to find more money along the way. And so that's what we call the more comprehensive approach, and we just don't think one size fits all in this community. Will you bear with me on part 2, which is really the technical side of this now, with the engineers have offered as consensus amendments?
Yes, I think we need to go forward with the review of what you've handed out to us.
Okay. The first one is on the design standards, because that's what the hearing you called. I will get up on the next 2 and talk about this engineering consensus on those 2. So I don't try to do everything, but I will not repeat that first part, because you heard it and you're getting tired, I'm sure, along the way. So we met with 9 of the familiar engineering faces that you see often in front of you, and these were the consensus ones. There were some that were 50-50. I want to do that, but I don't want to do that. That's not on this list of amendments, even though they disagreed on them. So the first one is the minimum flood corridor definition. We're now taking minimum flood corridor down from 150 acres down to 40 acres. And that's the drainage area where it starts, okay? And we're thinking, they're thinking anyway, that 80 acres is more realistic because it gives them flexibility to do things from 80 acres to 40 acres that they don't feel they can do with these proposals in front of you today. So that's the minimum, and that's the first alternative. We give you 2 alternatives under minimum flood corridors, and the first one is, like I said, change 40 acres to 80 acres. The second one is, okay, if you like 40 acres, then there's a lot of, at the bottom of page 2, there's a proviso, okay? I'll be honest, the back part of the proviso, I'm not capable of answering because it's so engineering driven. But the first part of the proviso, I think you can understand. And that's really, if it's less than 40, we don't have to worry about it. I don't think administration would disagree with that. But if it's over 40, but it's been ag fields, farm fields, there's nothing sacred to protect. There's corridors where we have beautiful trees and cottonwoods and protection and native grasses. That's not what we're talking about. They're saying if it's been a farm field and they haven't had any of these ecological benefits, we should be able to enclose that in a pipe and not have to have a open space 98 feet wide corridor. And then the second part of that is a drainage area of 40 acres or more that has stream segments of 300 feet. And that's the part I just can't begin to understand. But they think it's clear and they recommend this to you. There's also other place where there was 40 acres mentioned and 80 acres, and that's Amendment 3.5 on page 3. The second one, major set, is what we call a word adjacent. We know when you're in the floodplain, the standard's clear, you gotta meet it. But we go beyond here in Lincoln and talk about when you're adjacent to the floodplain, you also have to meet it to a certain degree, minimum of opening. So, but there's no definition of adjacent. Does adjacent mean 1 foot next to the floodplain and you have to meet the code? Or is it, half a block, 6 blocks? We just don't see a definition. And again, we're giving 2 alternatives. First of all, the engineers feel that since FEMA doesn't require us to worry about adjacent, we shouldn't do that in Lincoln. That's alternative 1. Just strike it. But if you think that's not acceptable, on page 4, we give you alternative 2. And that is we defined adjacent to mean 1 lot or 100 feet, whichever is smaller. So we don't try to go back 6 blocks and propose the standard to be with us. We also are saying, in that same amendment, is once we do have the FEMA maps, and remember, FEMA doesn't make you deal with adjacency. We're saying when we do have those FEMA maps, this adjacency stuff should disappear because it's not required. So with that, you've been so patient, I'm going to stop and see if you have any questions or thoughts.
Questions for Mr. Seacrest? Go ahead.
This process has been going on for quite a while, and I realize you stated that you just got these, the current plan as it's been presented at the end of October. But I'm kind of wondering, normally when you do motions to amend, do you provide them to staff beforehand, and why you didn't do that this time?
Good question. First of all, there were changes, I think, posted as of last 24 hours that the staff made. That's number one. Number two, try hurting 9 engineers when they're out of control and busy. I'll be blunt. I'd got the bulk of suggestions this morning. I scrambled. As soon as I could, I sent 90% of the amendments by 10 a.m., which isn't enough time. I'll be the first to admit, but it's the best I could do. And then I finally got the last thing drafted by about 12 or something, and I sent that to them. I agree, but I will tell you that the engineers, I can't give you engineer comments without hearing from the engineers. And so they took that time, and they felt rushed because it has been a very accelerated process as far as when the regs came out in end of October and this hearing. So that's my best answer.
So what would happen with a 6-month delay? Tell me exactly what's going to happen during that time period.
Okay, let's talk about the 4 objectives.
Okay.
In 6 months, we would have hired an independent consultant team, civil engineer, hydrologist, and economist, and they would help a technical committee, which would be those engineers, made up of public and private, and they would also help a task force made up of non-engineers who would stay focused on the big public policy issues and not try to get into the weeds. They would consult with both teams on the following: the regulations. What are other cities doing to address this so that we hit the mark, don't try to do maybe a one-size-fits-all, and we purposely do a pattern where we don't have under problem or an over problem. So we hit the target better. They might suggest we go ahead and get the current standard law allows us to do best available data. The engineers feel you could take our present topo maps, pour in the NOAA 14 data, the water, and it's not as thorough as FEMA, because FEMA goes beyond that. But we'd have a really good map to show where the floodplain is. And we could adopt that as best available, and then people would know, is it 3 inches, is it 2 feet? Or is it really just an extra foot? They would know that, and the city council could adopt that, and then it would be regulatory, or not adopt it, in which case the private sector would do our best to share that information so homeowners and businesses know right away where, if there's a good probability in 6 to 8 years when the maps do come out, that they're going to be in the floodplain. That's number one. Number two is we go ahead and do the 6-month work plan on how you jumpstart structures. Structures, we've got a good comprehensive list of all sizes, but the mama bear and the papa bears are going to take extra money and extra time and extra regulatory review by the feds and the state. We need to figure out what are the ecological structures so we don't chase the bad ones. And we got to also figure out how do we start working with our congressional delegation and others so they're made aware of this problem. And we are educating the community, because on the one hand, we're saying you're going to have to take some regulations, but on the other hand, we're going to get structures and have a good hope to reduce and get you out of the floodplain, or at least reduce the level of your floodplain that your property is situated on. And then the final thing is the money. We need to have a community conversation right now. We are told we now have a bigger problem that we didn't realize we had called flooding threat and extra rain, to find extra money. Some of this would be private sector would be able to go do some baby bears right now if they knew about it, but they don't. Some of this would be we need the extra money for the other structural matching, the mama bears and the papa bears. And be blunt, we're going to have a bunch of homes in the older neighborhoods that will not be able to get, they will need a building permit, and it'll be over 50%. And when they can't get a building permit, we might have to be looking at buying them out. And so that takes the extra money. That's what we propose to do in a 6-month period of time.
Why can't that still be done even with these regulations in place? I mean, if these were adopted, can't those actions still take place in that next period of time?
If you think regulations will be undone, usually we don't go backwards once we adopt a set of regulations. Number two is we don't think, we're thinking, I'm having clients call me right now. Kent, 2023 is not going to be a very busy year for new development. We've got a recession, we've got a lot of problems. So I don't think you're going to see a wealth of building permits for 6 months come in. And if they do, we need to educate the community and do a better reach so they're not surprised. Because right now, I think people are pretty ignorant of what we're talking about here today.
Yeah.
So that's my simple answer to your question.
Okay.
Kent, I'm a little confused. The city has been going along this process for 4 years, and they even paused it to get more feedback. So what is this 6 months going to do that the city hasn't done in the last 4 years?
Well, first of all, the first amendments, first draft, when did it come out? 10 months ago. When did the coalition form? 10 months ago. So, there wasn't anything to react materially. The coalition had no problems in the Olson study. But when the regs came out, that's when the reactions occurred, and we came and formed. Within 1 month, we were in with the 4-prong approach, asking for this consensus process of a public-private and a proposal for $125,000 to help fund the consultant team.
So what I hear you telling me is that you don't think that the process that was done was adequate. Once the first set of regulation drafts came out, the primary outreach were 4 workshops this summer and fall. And if you look at that list, you will see lots of engineers, developers, and maybe some crazy land use attorneys. But the world did not know about these workshops. And that's when you just ask the show of hands from the chamber or other groups. But, okay, that's not really what I'm asking.
Okay.
So you're proposing to do a study and hire someone independently to do this. So
jointly hire so that
what I'm hearing is that you don't have faith in the study that's already been done.
That's a fair statement.
Okay, and so
they're relying on a FEMA study that was done nationwide. That doesn't help describe how it applies to Lincoln. They're relying on Salt Creek, which doesn't necessarily correlate to all the other floodplain areas. So Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the data they provided, but it's not comprehensive and doesn't apply across the board.
I guess I have a question related to that then, because from what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but everything's predicated on the NOAA water study from 2014, right? And if we're not in keeping using that data, we cannot access FEMA funds because it will not be in accordance with FEMA's, with our ability to then ask FEMA for money to be reimbursed for the costs that we accrue in doing the floodplain study.
Your conclusion's too simplistic. The administration's applied for FEMA money this year to do 2 mappings right away of all the mappings we have to do, but start with the first 2. FEMA gave the money. The NOAA is not a requirement of FEMA, but we do need, when we do the map, we have to comply with the FEMA standards. But until then, we'll be fine. We will not go into a penalty box for 6 months.
But I still don't understand why we need to look to other cities and other consultants when it's
Already
our
been done.
local and it's been done. I just don't understand we're not replicating a science, a journal article, science white paper. The study has been done, and it's been done for over 4 years, and so I just don't understand why we need more studies at this point to replicate something that we already know. I also don't understand why we can't put this interim 2-foot regulation in place for 6 months, because I highly doubt that the data is going to show us that we only need a 1 foot at this point. We need to be planning conservatively, prudently for a worst case scenario.
Right.
Not oh gee, I mean, if at the rate that we're going with climate change, we can't afford to put a best case scenario forward. We need to be thinking about a worst case scenario. And it seems to me being more conservative, not less conservative, while we put an interim plan in place for 6 months is the more prudent way to go.
I think we're starting to get into like our discussion. And I think we need to kind of focus on any questions that we have for
So I
Mr.
do have
Seacrest.
another question for Mr. Seacrest. Are you telling us that the development community was not involved in the city's study that's been going on since 2014?
Be careful when you allege our group as the development community, because we're way, way, way beyond that. In fact, one of the famous definitions I like to remind people, even when you use the word development, a developer is a change agent for the future population. They're not a business person. Yeah, they are, but they represent the future homeowners that will be situated just like the existing ones. But what was your question? Because
Well, so really what I'm trying to get at is, I'm sure that, I mean, I've served on plenty of city committees, and this commission is a good example too. We have people representing all different aspects of the community. And so I'm a little confused. Are you trying to tell me that the people that you represent didn't have a seat at the table? Because I have a hard time believing that would be true.
You know,
because they should be bringing that information back to you, and so that the development community, or whatever you want to call them, should have been in sync and knowing what was going on with this study.
all I can tell you is when the first drafts came out, the group came together. We reached out with this collaborative process, and we thought we were going to engage, and in the last couple months, it got a no. So we tried. And so I don't know how else to answer that question to you. We tried. And we feel that this topic is not a black and white one. We agree on many, many of the same principles. So we're just stuck in some of the important details that come along with this. And I do think Lincoln every city, every flood channel has different characteristics. And they think they studied it, but it's not to the Lincoln standards that we're used to. I've been involved in one or two bottoms-up processes, and this was not a bottoms-up process. Okay.
Additional questions for Mr. Seacrest? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Additional testimony in opposition?
Good afternoon. I'm Todd Wilchin. I'm here representing the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce. My address is 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 100. The Lincoln Chamber is committed to growing a vibrant and diversified economy, supporting environmentally sustainable policies, and demonstrating leadership in the community. We very much appreciated the opportunity to serve on the Salt Creek Resiliency Study Stakeholder Committee and the Mayor's Climate Resiliency Task Force with the other community stakeholders. We also appreciated the opportunity to host 2 stakeholder meetings last year to discuss the initial proposals to update the city's drainage criteria manual. The Chamber viewed both the Salt Creek Resiliency Study and Climate Action Plan as having the potential for a constructive framework for solutions benefiting Lincoln's residents and businesses in partnership with local government. It provided opportunities for everyone to work together to address changes caused by climate change. However, we believe these policies should be practical, flexible, and predictable. If we could reach these ideals among the various stakeholders, we believe this will serve the broader and vital goal of durability. We strongly believe addressing climate change requires collaboration and not confrontation. Improving our environment and growing our economy should not be mutually exclusive. Together, we should develop strategies that address our climate risks, our challenges, while avoiding economic harm for businesses, citizens, and disadvantaged communities. For these reasons, late last year, we joined the coalition that Mr. Seacrest mentioned with 26 other businesses, developers, and for-profit, nonprofit, and civic organizations wanting the city to take a more balanced approach before adopting new standards to better inform policymakers and the community. The objectives were explained thoroughly by Mr. Seacrest. Regrettably, the administration declined our offer to work together on these objectives. While we do not dispute the science and we do accept the updated rainfall data, we believe more study is necessary to review the impact these proposed updates will have on affordable housing, economic development, and the other priorities outlined in the 2050 comp plan. For example, the cost estimates provided by city officials only apply to incorporating the additional cost, the additional foot of freeboard at the time of residential construction. There are no cost estimates for construction of non-residential structures or retrofitting existing residential homes in the built-in environment. At this time, we are unable to support the proposed updates without further understanding of the economic impact they will have on Lincoln's economy. We look forward to remaining engaged on the important issues of how our community faces the challenges of climate change and are committed to assisting with the development of innovative strategies for ensuring our economy is resilient to adverse impacts. With that, I will attempt to answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Eckert with Civil Design Group. Here today, I guess, on behalf of myself and the clients we represent. I have been intimately involved with this project, and so have members of my firm. So I, too, would like to request just a little extra time because we have the 3 items, and I want to go through some of the history and the timelines that I've been involved with. I'll try to be as quick as I can. The design engineers in our firm were involved in the 2019 meetings that took place. It was primarily with the engineering group, and the superintendent of watershed management at that time. And there was continual frustration that there was a lot of discussion and no compromise, no look at some of the ideas we had on alternative designs for detention cells, things like that. And so what took place there in 19 was not very productive at all. And then COVID hit. And so we all lost a year. Nothing really happened in 2020. And then in 2021, the meetings were not reinitiated, and without really probably anyone except the people that conducted the Salt Creek Resiliency Study at Olson Associates, that was presented very quickly without much exposure to the public. And within 60 days of it being exposed to the public, it was integrated as a draft into the Climate Action Plan with the recommendations for it. What was extremely frustrating at that point was that the recommendation from the Salt Creek Resiliency Study that called out for the review and continued investigation of the structural solutions, dams, was removed from the recommendations in the Climate Action Plan. When I was asked about this with various staff members, they said that the back of the envelope numbers indicated that there was no cost-effective way to do big structures. So I went down and petitioned at the council level to have that put back into the Climate Action Plan. And Mickey Esposito and the council agreed to do that, and also requested that we have some stakeholder meetings to continue to evaluate this. And Mickey said we'd do that, and we did that. And we had, I believe, 4 meetings of that stakeholder group, and they were really quite a mess. The high level of technical details for neighborhood groups and others was very hard to absorb. Like a lot of things that I've experienced over the years in watershed management, they were kind of spoon-fed the information that I think watershed management wanted them to hear. And it really came out of there without much of a conclusive process at all. It was just a mess. At the end, there was probably more separation between the groups, misunderstanding, and I don't think it got us to where we wanted to be. Then Mickey Esposito left. Then Ben Higgins retired. And so we probably lost another 6 months there. And so I just point a lot of that out in that even though, I agree with John, it's been 4 years. I think it's been probably maybe just under 2 productive years of discussion that's gone on. And so fortunately though, we experienced one change that has been great, and that is Tim Zock took over as superintendent of watershed management. And Tim has been great. Tim has been open. In what's before you are several compromises that he made that we had on some of these design ideas. And so I really applaud Tim for doing that. He's been a breath of fresh air. And so, but with that said, we in the design world live on the text of ordinances for the final rule of law. We just got those a couple weeks ago, and so it's been very hard for us to get some of our feedback to Kent, as he mentioned, to get our arms around the, as they say, the devil's in the details. And how are these going to affect some properties that are out of the floodplain now and going to be in the floodplain later? And so that's part of the reason why we're also requesting the delay from my perspective. And I want to reiterate a couple of things. Every engineering firm that Kent has spoke with that does work locally, whether it's for the city, developers, infill projects, has said that we understand and accept the NOAA 14 data. And so, to me, if that's an important element and we delay this, I don't have any problem with a separate text amendment coming through in the next few weeks that says all future subdivisions have to use the NOAA 14 data, because we are doing it. We recently did it on a project, chose to do it for Adam and the Friends of Wilderness Park on the Wilderness Crossing project. We have resubmitted all that data, and we now know that using that data created detention cells that were generally 20 to 15% bigger. That was a cost. That's going to be a cost to that developer that's passed on to the new homeowners in that subdivision. So we have a hard example now, 2 of that. But I think everybody's in support of that element. We are just worried about the other items in the 190 pages here of text amendment, and I agree with what Tim said. A lot of them are just redundant name changes from LTU to, or Public Works to LTU and other things. But there's a lot there. We specifically want clarification on the terms of being adjacent to the floodplain. We would like to get some clear waivers and standards for those occasions when the 40-acre drainage basin isn't necessary because it's a farm field. For example, we also want some stronger language on the grandfathering of the existing subdivisions, that if we move a street in that existing subdivision, that it's not going to invoke these new rules on that subdivision who's already built out their detention cells and done some other things. And then we really want some adjustments to the language that is new, that says, for years we have said for commercial buildings and other types of projects that you have to have the building out of the floodplain. There is new language that says on residential, but residential includes multifamily, the way it is defined, that the entire lot has to be out. So there's a lot of problems there. If you have a multifamily lot that you have not developed yet that's adjacent to the floodplain, and the new mapping puts it under, it says in order to build any building, you have to bring the entire lot out. But if we're in a no net rise area, we have nowhere to compensate for the storage we're going to have to bring in for the fill, and the lot has become worthless. So we really want to be able to walk through some of these unintended consequences that often come from legislation when you haven't completely ferreted out all the details. So the other thing I want to stress, and I stressed this when I went in front of council, is that the Salt Creek watershed basin is huge. And all the provisions that are going to go on to new development, when you look at the comprehensive plan and our growth over the next 50 years, those square miles of growth only account for 3% of the entire basin that flows through Salt Creek. So our basin goes down to Beatrice, almost to Beatrice, just gets into Saline County, and goes up north quite a ways. But the wonderful thing we have is a great NRD that's represented here tonight, and a great watershed management that can combine to control things in that entire basement. The NRD system is unique to Nebraska, and it's great. And compared to the Salt Creek Resiliency Study, that there were only 2 communities used as peer communities in that study that had 100% control over their flood situation like we do. They had cities like Des Moines that have flow that comes clear from North Dakota and Minnesota. We don't have that problem here, which is a great thing not to have. So what I'm saying is, to think that these new regulations on development are going to solve the problem, they're not. 3% of the new land area being developed having extra standards is not going to keep the Salt Creek levee from having a problem in flooding. That needs to be taken care of with the large structural solutions. It was very frustrating that those were eliminated from the recommendation in the climate action plan until I stood up in front of council and asked for them to be put back in. So there's a lot of moving parts to this, and I think if you do feel like you need to forward this to the city council, please adopt the amendments that Kent put forward. If you want to delay your hearing a couple of weeks so we can continue to work with staff on some of these language changes, we'd appreciate that too. We're not opposed to implementing NOAA 14 data. I don't want people to think that the development community is against that, but I also want everyone to understand that these are new standards that will make new lots more expensive, which will make new houses more expensive. But we're here. We're here to help and try to do our part, and there's just been some compression on these windows, and that's kind of why, again, I know Kent feels bad he couldn't get his amendment out to you quicker, so. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions for Mike?
So Mike, I mean, I know that you're aware of this, but, so you're gonna have some time in between us and city council. Do you think that some of these differences can be worked out in that time frame?
I think I would have to have staff respond to that. We've presented many of these items to her. I think Kent has maybe presented all of them, and they've, my understanding is they've disagreed with our perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition. Yeah.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. My name's Peter Catt. I'm appearing in front of you as a starter home advocate. First, I used to be part of the development community. I'm kind of on the fringe these days. I've been spending more time up in the Omaha development community. However, what they said, wow, I'm impressed. What you have to know about this stuff, it's exceptionally complicated. There's I don't even know all of it. You rely on the engineers. What I heard them say is our engineering community that grows this town has said, put on the brakes, let's take 6 months, let's get it right. I'd listen to it. Now, starter housing. One piece is kind of a giveaway to me today. Mr. Zock gave it to me. Starter homes are important. I talk specifically about starter homes, not affordable homes, because affordable homes, then everybody wants to start talking about 60% median income and all of what's affordable on subsidized projects. Subsidized projects can't build all the houses we need. We need a vibrant market economy and homes in this community. I think I sent to the Planning Commission, I don't know, I got to you, a new index that I saw. The Housing Opportunity Index. That, I think, says a lot more of volumes of what we need to focus on, which is your community's median income and your median home price. And if you looked at that chart, it's pretty pathetic. It's gotten worse even now with the increase in rates. And why it matters? Why does it matter? If you had a house 2 years ago and you rode the wave up, think of all the wealth that you created for yourself and your family and the opportunity. So finding ways for people in our community to get that first rung makes a difference. 10, 15 years nationally, 20% of new construction homes were starter homes. What's the percentage today? 0. No starter home construction is being built today. And so that's put all the pressure on the existing community assets. That's why we've seen that big appreciation in terms of homes. Because people buy a home, their first home is one that they can afford. That's the metric. Now, the good news that Mr. Zock gave us, floodplain regulations help create enough blight to reduce the cost of the home that people can afford them. That's why the low-income people live there. It's a sad statement. And I think by you applying these standards in the existing built environment, I look at these requirements in a two-part deal, existing city and new development. Existing city, what are you going to do to the people that are in that no man's land? They're not floodplain. They're in this 2-foot freeboard now. How do they disclose it to realtors that are trying to sell it? What do they do? What do they tell people? I think we're creating more problems for those people. I don't think we should go forward with this new standard. I have one other thing that I'll put on the board. This is in the new one, new areas. This has to do with the minimum flood corridor. So this is a project that we did in South Lincoln, probably been about 4 years ago, Iron Ridge, which is at 27th and Rokeby to the east. Is it coming up? I have some extra copies I can pass around if you want.
There we go.
Okay. So this is a development that we did, and staff wants to tell you there's no impact of this. So this is a development that we're able to do because the determination was made at the time that there was no bed and bank. And if you look through this area, let me get pointing north here. This is what the engineer has now platted on and what the minimum flood corridor will be under your new standards. Because it's now draining 40 acres, when in the past, it had to have bed and bank. And you heard staff's indication they want to make it easy because we don't want to have to go find if there's bed and banks. This had some complications on making that determination. But if you look through the floor corridor, it runs through a field. This was all farm, and this was an NRD floodplain. There wasn't a clear bed and bank with that whole thing going through there. So the determination was made we didn't have to need to comply. Now, how do you develop that? And so if we talk about a comp plan, about affordability, we talk about sprawl, all of that ground becomes undevelopable. The ability to get reasonable roads through there and develop it economically goes away. And so this minimum flood corridor is not flood health safety. This is not about protecting people from floods.
Time.
This is a whole aesthetic difference. Is that a minute? Okay, I'll be done. Everybody's getting tired of this. But the point being is, these do have significant impacts. This is a good neighborhood. There's nothing wrong with putting that water through a storm pipe and running it down to the creek. We don't need that green space there. And so when you talk about a public policy, understand there's cost to this. This would have been a significant cost differential in this neighborhood. And so I would ask you to, I think the best thing to do, I didn't know Kent had the Stormwater Coalition for 10 months. I came in last, went to one meeting, and it's good to have the city finally at that meeting. I raised the issue of cost. They came today, Mr. Carlson said, we're talking about cost. Great. They sure didn't talk about it the last meeting I went to. I raised the issue, what about the cost? Silence. So I think we need to pause, take a step back, take 6 months, follow Mr. Seacrest's suggestion, and make sure we get this right and not do things we don't intend to do. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition.
Good afternoon. It's still afternoon. Anyway, my name is Ann Post. I'm an attorney with Renbolt Ludke. I'm here today on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Lincoln in opposition. I'm here today asking the Planning Commission to delay action on the ordinances and the measures in front of you to allow time for the study that Mr. Seacrest spoke to, and at minimum to allow the time that Mr. Eckert spoke to really examine the technical language of these, of what's in front of you, how it's going to impact development, and what ways, what tweaks we can make to this language to best balance the priorities of Lincoln. So first, I want to clarify that we don't support building housing in a way that we all know it'll flood, or we suspect it'll flood based on the studies that have been done. Flood control should be a priority for Lincoln as it should for any community. I'm not arguing with that at all. However, the affordability of housing in Lincoln is also a priority for Lincoln as a community, and it's an obligation for policymakers to balance those two priorities against each other. The regulations in front of you today are going to have a significant impact on the cost of housing in Lincoln. We've heard a lot of numbers today about less than 1% to just over 1% of the cost of construction. What I can tell you is that the numbers that I have seen from the engineers and from clients that I have worked with are significantly more than that. I don't know where that discrepancy has come from. You know, the percentages I heard first in the newspaper article this weekend and then in front of you today. From our preliminary estimates, the cost to a new development can look like anywhere between $2,000 and $8,000 per lot, the increased cost. And that is just to take into account the increased minimum flood corridor. That doesn't talk about the potential to increase the grade, the need to increase the grade on the entire lot 2 foot above the base flood elevation. So that's only taking into consideration just the one minimum flood corridor requirement. Now, I don't know if the discrepancy comes in that you heard a lot about the cost of construction. The costs that I'm talking about come in well before the construction starts. They come in when you lay out your lots, when you see how many lots you can get out of a neighborhood, and if an additional 10 acres in the neighborhood have to go to green space instead of lots. Those are all costs that then go into the cost of the lot that gets sold to the builder and baked into the cost of that house before you ever take a shovel to the dirt. So that's the cost for new construction, but as has been spoken to here today, this cost isn't limited to new construction. When we look at affordable housing, it's recognized in the Affordable Housing Action Plan. Also, often we look to affordable housing or existing housing stock. This plan will also impact the ability to renovate that and really to extend the lifespan of our existing housing stock in an affordable way. And so also limit our ability to increase density in existing areas of the city, which is, again, important to meet our housing requirements for the city. And so that is not to say that we should ignore flooding risks in these areas, but also that structural requirements, structural solutions are going to be imperative. They need to be both a big part of our plan to address flooding in Lincoln and an immediate plan of our plan to address flooding in Lincoln. So finally, I could go on, but I think a lot of the testifiers before me have spoken to this, that the regulations before you today are going to have a significant impact on the cost of housing in Lincoln. And on both on the cost of housing in Lincoln and how much housing is built and the style of housing that's built in Lincoln. Flood control is a priority, but what we can't do is pass flood control regulations without balancing what those regulations do, that priority against our priority for affordable housing in Lincoln. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions. I've also been sitting through 4 years of these meetings, though, and I understand that maybe I'm preaching to the choir about volunteering your time to sit through lengthy public meetings. So I appreciate all your efforts. I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Questions? Thanks, Ann.
Thank you for your consideration.
Additional testimony in opposition.
Good afternoon, Bud Seinhorst, President and CEO of the Lincoln Independent Business Association, 3601 Calvert, Suite 29. A lot of our comments here are very much the same, so I'm just going to reiterate what the testifiers before me have said, and also I want to thank the group, the coalition that has come together. There's obviously a reason that 10 months ago this group came together, because they weren't being heard and things weren't happening. I think as we consider flood mitigation plans and how to implement these policies, we need to balance a lot of factors. As a community, we need to focus on making the right decision. We need to bring the people to the table. And if people are being ignored at the table, that says a lot about an agenda being pushed. I think that from every account that we've seen and we've heard here today, there are groups that are concerned about flood plans and what we can do for the future. It's time for maybe the city to take a step back, put the brakes on, and actually listen to what this community is saying. This has been an issue that we've raised and that has been raised, and for there to be a disconnect between the city and the administration, this coalition, I think is bad policy for our city. For those reasons, I think the commission, along with the city, need to allow this 6-month time period that Mr. Seacrest has recommended in order to take a look back and try to work together on those 4 things that they've outlined in their plan and get everyone at the table so that we can move forward and be rowing in the same direction, no pun intended, when we're talking about floods. But that's what I think is important, and I think that's what you should take into consideration as you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Mark Hunziker. I don't have a specific client, but I think I'm here representing some aspiring first-time home buyers who don't know yet that their interests are being adversely affected. I've not been actively involved in this discussion that you've heard about today because I'm out of town a lot these days, but also because I've been through this process before and I'm pretty familiar with how it ends up usually. I've had periodic updates from my partners about attempts to inject some rational and prudent discretion into this process, and the inevitable stonewalling from the bureaucrats rushing this process. Apparently, there is general agreement that when the Corps of Engineers completes its floodplain study, the base flood elevations will be higher than they are today. And that means that some houses that are in the floodplain today will be further in, and businesses which are, some are not, will be in the floodplain. Some land undeveloped, which is not in the floodplain today, may be in the floodplain when that study is completed. But which properties and how far into the floodplain, how much will the elevations change? We don't know. So in lieu of accurate information, our city administration has decided to take the Chicken Little approach. The sky is falling. We have to do something. If we don't do something now, people might invest in homes or businesses and later find themselves in a floodplain and need to buy flood insurance. So do what? The bureaucratic response, the belt and suspenders approach, is to double the current 1 foot out of the floodplain requirement to 2 feet, and to increase setbacks from drainage ways, leaving less land available for lots. The financial impact of this requirement is as yet undetermined, but it will be substantial, and everybody knows that. Private funding apparently has been committed to do a study to determine some of the costs these new requirements will inflict on developing lots, and the study might take 6 months or so to complete. But the Chicken Little say, we can't wait that long, because after all, this process has been going on for some time. But the new regulations have only been available to people to comment on for 2 weeks. So why not wait until the study can be completed to allow a rational discussion of the costs versus the benefits these new regulations that discussion can be held. Some people might build or buy homes which are later determined at risk of flooding. Tell that to the thousands of property owners in Lincoln who have had their properties drawn into floodplains by successive Corps of Engineer remapping studies, which have raised base flood elevations over the past 45 years or so. And that's only the time I've been around. Perhaps some interim measures are appropriate, but what cost will be imposed by those measures? And that's the information that the study will get you. That's where you get information to allow you to weigh costs and benefits of this kind of regulation. And you should also consider the mirror image of the bureaucratic response. What if you don't enact these, or what if you do enact these regulations and find out later that you have unnecessarily priced hundreds or thousands of people out of their dream starter home? Where do they go to have that opportunity restored to them? Those of us objecting to these costly regulations are often shrugged off as self-serving capitalists who only care about making money. But we are advocates for young first-time homebuyers who don't know their interests are about to be adversely affected. We know there will be lots of first-time home buyers who will be priced out of their first home by these regulations, and many will persevere and continue to save for another few years to realize their dream. But in the meantime, they will continue to occupy affordable rental properties, making it harder for those not yet on the brink of home ownership to find good rental housing. Others will leave Lincoln to find their attainable home in Hickman or Waverly, and we may never get them back. Regulations like these have always been written and passed by well-meaning people who are already able to afford and enjoy comfortable housing. They don't do so maliciously, but by making new housing more expensive, they also increase the value of what they already own. It's a vicious spiral that always dumps cost on those who can least afford it and benefit on those who have already achieved the dream of home ownership. If you care at all about the availability of attainable starter homes, you will vote to defer action on this legislation until a study is completed which puts a price tag on this overreaching and speculative legislation. I'll try to answer any questions.
I have a quick question, and I just kind of want your reaction to something. I mean, you mentioned, and it hit home, it makes sense, this Chicken Little approach and your concerns about the regulations and sky is falling, but isn't that also what you're doing with regard to the effect that this regulation will have in terms of that development? And I guess I'm playing devil's advocate to a certain extent. I don't know. I don't live in this world, so it's hard to hear what seems to be reasonable arguments on both sides and figuring out where the common ground is.
Nobody on this side of the table is saying we shouldn't do anything. We all understand that there are going to be some increases in flood elevations and that there will need to be some adjustments made. What we're trying to do is make those adjustments minimal in terms of what they cost, because those costs, I mean, you can blame developers all you want, but developers are not the ones who end up ultimately paying those costs. The people who buy those homes are the ones who pay those costs, because the developer's not going to develop a lot and try to even sell it if he can't make a profit on it. And if we take out a bunch of land that could otherwise be developed into lots and say it's got to be part of a new minimum flood corridor regulation that makes no real sense, you end up raising those costs to a point where people just can't afford it. And so, yeah, you can say I'm being dramatic about this, but we've been doing this now for a very long time. And every study you see across the country will tell you that the reason people can't afford housing is because the regulations are so bad that it costs too much to build new housing.
Questions for Mark?
I'll also play devil's advocate. Yes, so the regulations are not in place. Your house costs a little less. It's a foot lower, and you don't have to have flood insurance for another 5 years until the maps are redrawn, but the flood comes. What's the cost then to the homeowner? You don't have flood insurance, but your house is flooded.
Well, there is a minor risk of that, but the land that's being developed in Lincoln right now is all way upstream of Salt Creek, way upstream. It's not land that's going to get inundated with floods. I mean, the minimum flood corridors are, a lot of them, the one that Peter showed you, the grade of that little waterway is such that there's never going to be any water pooling on either side of that. This is largely a matter of, well, let's preserve some green space. And it costs money to do that, and it makes it more difficult to get street networks that fit, and all of those things add up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition. All right, where are we?
Time for a break.
Well, I mean, we have staff questions and rebuttal.
But can we break before that?
Can I just make a suggestion too?
Yes.
I mean, our thought, well, we can certainly take a break. I don't want to jump. But our thought was that you go ahead and call for the other items and see if there's any additional testimony on those other items, and then we come up and we're able to answer your questions and provide rebuttal on everything that's been said before you. So even though I know you have 2 more items to go, and you may want to take a break, I get that. But I think the next stage with that, we would be come up to answer questions and do rebuttal, but what we're saying is, why don't you go ahead and call the other 2 items when you come back from break, see if there's any other testimony, then we'll come back up at the end of the 3rd one and just answer whatever questions there are.
That I understood. That makes sense. But I do think that we want to close public testimony all up on
42012.
To close the public hearing at some point, we would need all the testimony, correct, David? Yeah. So we would need your testimony. I mean, we would need all the testimony, including your rebuttal before we could close public hearing, right? Yeah.
Were we not asking for a public hearing on all three items all at once?
Ken specifically stated he had comments on each one and one in the next.
Okay.
Correct. That's correct. I do think that, the commissioners at least could use a short break.
Yeah, I
but-
think now that we have the public testimony part done on this item, that's fine.
Okay.
To take the break. I think everybody could take a break. But then you're correct, we do need to call each item for public hearing. Not that we're necessarily going to have a lot of testimony for each one, but we need to do that. But you're also correct that we need to close the loop on the item for rebuttal and questions so that then you can have discussion
Okay.
and then action. So-
Great. We will take a break until 4 o'clock.
we're showing.
And I assume I need people up here before I can start, right?
I'll go first.
Well, we need
No,
staff,
we mean
don't we?
staff.
Oh. Oh, those people.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not skilled. I'm not skilled enough for that.
Multi-talented, Brian, but I don't know if you can do both.
I don't know where they're at.
They say it's 5 o'clock and they're done. What is it, 5 o'clock or is it?
It's 4. That clock is wrong back there.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not on.
Okay, so that's all my staff questions is that they need to fix the clock.
Yeah.
How did I not notice that when we started the meeting?
Okay, I will do double check that there is no additional testimony in opposition for text amendment 22012. Is there any additional testimony in opposition? Okay, staff questions.
John Carlson again.
Yeah.
And I think what I meant to say before too is Tim has got some information to answer questions and talk about the amendment that you were given specifically for this item.
Okay.
I think Tim will talk about that, but then I think about the more general questions. Again, we may just wait until the end of the 3 items and then we'll come up and.
Sounds just fine.
Thank you.
So our team met this morning after we got Kent's motion to amend, and we have our own motion here to address some of the items that Kent brought forward. To touch on first the minimum flood corridor, we had a specific workshop back in August, solely focused on discussing this and getting feedback from the engineers, not just the 9 that were mentioned in this coalition, but also others that do both public and private work and kind of work in our community. And we asked specifically for other studies to kind of that may have a different finding than what our study showed. We didn't receive any other studies that said, no, 40 acres is not, where you find defined bed and bank, it should be 80. And so really that was the focus of our criteria, is where does that defined bed and bank start? And we have not, there were no other studies to show that it should start at a different location. And then as far as the width, the same thing. We looked at our current criteria and used that formula to map out what the width should be. And for those drainage areas, and on average, that width that we have set at 90 feet for 40 to 100 acres is based on that average of what our analysis showed, and we didn't receive any other contrary studies to show anything different. So we're not proposing any amendments to the minimum flood corridor. But we are proposing a text amendment or an amendment to our text revisions to adjacent lots. So adding a definition for what adjacent means, as adjacent shall mean any lot not separated from the floodplain, an open drainage way, overland flow route, and/or retention facility by any other buildable lot. That way it specifies what that criteria is referring to. We don't want to have a distance because it could be a really flat area and that 100 feet may not, catch a lot that's low lying and still susceptible to flooding. And so it's really those lots that back up and abut those flood areas, those open drainage detention facilities. Then there was also a request to, and this will come up, I believe, in the next motion to amend, but related to pedestrian crossings. And so there was a motion to add specific criteria for those crossing the drainage ways. And we felt it best to be in the design standards, that level of, that location for this criteria. And so we're proposing to amend
Section 6 that talks about culverts and drainage crossings to add criteria for pedestrian crossings to be designed at a minimum to pass the 2-year runoff event or 2 foot, whichever is higher. And so those to address specifically what was proposed to be amended with the design standards. Any questions on those specifics of either Kent's motion or what the city's proposing?
Any questions?
So normally I would ask, like, how does staff feel about this motion to amend? And so you're saying this is your response to this motion here?
Yes, that's correct.
And that, so like, you don't feel any need to change the minimum flood corridor definitions as they have proposed?
No.
Because of what you said, and then you gave us a definition for adjacent.
Yes.
Any other questions for Tim right now? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's staff questions. Okay, so at this point, I can take a motion to close this public hearing.
Move to close public hearing?
Second, Campbell.
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Hearing closed.
Okay, now we will go to 4.2.
Yes, item 4.2, text amendment to 2010, amending the Lincoln Municipal Code, Title 26, Land Subdivision for revisions to various sections for flood and water quality protection measures. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
Gloria and I were at that same meeting.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
All right, and this is the Title 26, the land subdivision revisions, as we previously mentioned, and I'll just get into public testimony.
Thank you very much. Is there any additional testimony in support of 22010?
My name is Adam Hintz, 1919 Prospect Street. Speaking on my own behalf, I just want to extend my appreciation for the hard work that staff has gone through to get this in front of you. It has been a long process, and it's an incredibly important issue, so I appreciate the sensitivity and knowledge that they have put into this. It's very appreciated.
Thank you. Additional testimony in support? Testimony in opposition?
Thank you.
Again, I'm on part 2, not the big delay question. I'm just talking about.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, I'm talking only now about the motion to amend that I heard from what I call the most active 9 engineers or hydrologists in Lincoln about what they think would be improvements. Just real quickly, we did not take up the offer to do an independent study because our whole proposal was a study. And so doing just that, we were fearful that if we did not do it in a collaborative way, where the administration agreed with our consultant's selection and the scope of work, that if we just did it independently, there would be people that would say garbage in, garbage out. So that's why we did not go forward with any independent study. We wanted to do it in a collaborative way, so neither administration or us would be able to say it wasn't the same set of consultant team and scope of work. The motion to amend, they're taking something that's in this section and putting it back in the last hearing. And I didn't feel, I'm going to testify, even though I think you closed the hearing, but they made a motion to amend that is really in this hearing. And that's the pedestrian crossing, or part of this. Well, excuse me, it was on the definition of ag field. We propose in our regulations, and you're going to see it again in this one, the minimum design criteria for the minimum flood corridor. We propose that there be more flexibility from basically 80 acres down to 40 acres and allow the exceptions that we outline. They did not adopt any of our exceptions. They're applying a cornfield standard to the same as if it was a wooded, heavily cottonwood, native grass waterway. And we think it should be able to do piping on an ag field situation at the top of the waterway. And then there were those other technical 300-foot rules that the engineers wanted that, again, I told you I couldn't understand. But I still think those are appropriate to go forward. As far as the land subdivision, it's the same request to change and modify the minimum flood corridor. Again, their first hope would be that you'd get rid of all the 40-foot references and go to 80 feet, get rid of all the 40-acre requirements and go to 80 feet, 80 acres. And if you don't like that, then we propose to allow that more technical definition on page, the second page, which deals with allowing exceptions on the ag field, as well as that 300-foot technical stuff that I'm not going to try to describe to you. So we want to ask for that again. We're also asking the same because adjacency comes up again, and we gave 2 requests there as well. Get rid of it because FEMA does not require it, and so we feel it's over-regulatory. And secondly, if you do want to keep adjacent, then we would think, we heard, I think, 1 lot, but they got rid of our request to add a smaller area of 100 feet, and they did not include the second part of the alternative 2, which basically indicated that when we adopt the new updated FEMA maps based on NOAA 14, that adjacency would go away. Because again, FEMA does not require adjacency on, and we shouldn't require it on the brand new maps, in our opinion. Number 4 is a new one, and it really goes to supporting the strength of some of your concerns, and that is the coalition is not against the 2-foot freeboard standard for structures in the floodplain. Let me say that again. We're not against that. But these standards go way beyond that. We're now saying not only does the standards not only have to have the structure out of the 2 feet above, but it's requiring the whole lot. And we scratch our heads, or the engineer scratches their head and say, why? Why is it important that the lot also be out of the floodplain? First of all, when you fill the lot, you're losing flood storage capacity that we think is important to try to keep. And here's where it's really important. On the existing environment, existing urban area, we call it. Remember, we have new growth areas, we have existing urban areas. What we're being told by the engineers is that you have a comp plan that's saying 25% of our growth should be in the existing urban areas. That's okay. They're saying, good luck. You will not be able to take a downtown or any other area rehab, and I'm talking rehab, and try to fill the whole area up when the street's not being able to be filled up because it's already built. So they're saying you are going to really materially dampen rehab in the existing built environment, which will frustrate your goal of infill. Again, we're not talking about the dwelling. It should be 2 feet above. We're talking about the bloody lot. There's no reason for the bloody lot to have the 2-foot rule, which will hamper our ability adjacent and in the floodplain area. So that's what the long amendment for it only changes one word, and that is in the existing built environment, we're changing lot to building site. And then we're also want to talk about apartments. We think apartments quack more like a commercial building than they do a single-family house. We think apartments have large parking areas, large green areas, and those areas should not be filled. If they want to fill them, great, but if they don't want to fill a parking lot and the green areas, they shouldn't have to. Because again, when you do that, you're taking away flood storage, that's important, and you're not requiring commercial buildings to have their lots be taken out of the 2-foot floodplain proposal. And we think apartments have the same characteristics. For building code purposes, they treat apartments like commercial buildings, so we think this would be a similar situation in our minds. And then the last page, we're talking about a grandfathering situation. And right now, what I'm hearing is you take a preliminary plat through, and the engineers, by the time they do the final plat, they do a little amendment, a little change. They move a lot line 5 feet over, or they move the street 5 feet to make the lot a little wider. They feel that those minor amendments should also be grandfathered. Otherwise, you're not allowing a developer to go from a single family to a duplex. And we think land uses also should be allowed, and they should still be grandfathered because they just happen to decide the market wants duplexes instead of single family. So I call those the minor changes should also be grandfathered so that you don't have to start over. Because again, remember, on a preliminary plat that was approved, we've already done all the grading in the road. And so to do these little changes, it's pretty easy for us to do. But the way it's worded, we couldn't make these minor amendments that the engineers feel do not affect the flooding issue at all, but affect having them ability to keep going with what they had already got approval of along the way. And then I wasn't hearing very well. The last amendment was to the pedestrian easement height for a crossing. Do you agree with that? Totally, or did it get rewritten? Okay. It sounds like they agreed on the last amendment.
Yeah, here's a copy of it if you want.
Just putting it in a different place.
Okay. With that, I'd be glad to again answer any of your questions.
Questions for Kent?
Kent, the word minor is subjective. Who's to say whether it's 5 feet or 20 feet and would qualify as minor?
Well, that's a good point. If you and I look at all our regulations, you will see a lot of discretion. And if you would like, I can come back with a definition of minor. I have, other cities have defined it.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 pages long. But I could do that. But, you know, the planning department historically has been very rational, and I think they know a minor. And, you know, a good example is a lot consolidation. Right now, we used to be able to have 2 lots and put a building over it and do the paperwork to allow that. Not anymore. So the planning department's been nice and said, okay, take those 2 lots and consolidate them into 1 lot. Well, that should be accepted as an exception to the proposed regs, but it's not written that way. So that's just one of the classic examples that I think I'm not worried about the planning department and us disagreeing on minor. They know it. They know that moving a lot line 5 feet over is, and we haven't changed any grade, is not going to be a material thing.
Other questions for Kent?
Thank you very
so
much.
Testimony in opposition. Anything for staff rebuttal at this time?
So I'll touch on the minimum corridor again. Looking at the, these alternatives here for areas over 400 acres, 300 feet, less than 300 feet, more than 300 feet. We already are proposing some alternatives to the minimum flood corridor. I touched on those earlier. This is something we added after we had our meeting with developers in August and engineering consultants. So we are allowing, right now today, our standard says if you want to impact that corridor, if you want to shift it, if you want to fill into that corridor, you have to mitigate at a ratio of 1.5 to 1. So, you impact it by 10 feet, you have to widen it by 20 feet. If you want to shift it entirely, it's a 90-foot corridor, it'd have to be a 135-foot wide corridor. So what we said is we'll allow those corridors to be shifted at the top end, kind of in that 80 to 40 acre range at a 1-to-1 ratio, so keeping the same width if it's non-jurisdictional stream. So if the engineer does a determination that it doesn't meet the Corps' criteria as a jurisdictional stream, that it's not a high quality stream, then we'll allow that to be shifted at a 1-to-1 ratio. If it is jurisdictional, it's a lot harder for the developer to even shift that because it's a core stream, and so that will go back to the 1.5 to 1 ratio. So that was an option we provided, allow some flexibility so that those drainage ways that still start at 40 acres, because there's a lot of benefit we see in flood protection, water quality, and just that riparian corridor to having that start at 40 acres. But we'll allow that some flexibility there. Then going on to the adjacent lots, this is a practice and it's in our standards today that lots adjacent to the floodplain have to be, and not just the floodplain. So I think that's really important to look at. We're not just talking about the floodplain, we're talking about any open drainage way up on the watershed, any detention facility or retention facility, or any overland flow path has to have a minimum opening 1 foot above the 100-year in any of those locations. And so we don't want to strike that when we have new floodplain maps because it's still important. We don't want, someone builds a lot next to a detention cell and no longer requiring that their minimum opening is above the 100-year in that detention cell. We have, that can create a lot of issues when you get a flood and now it's in a local flood in a detention facility. Now it's flooding somebody's basement. So we feel it's really important. It's located in the code outside of the floodplain section. The floodplain sections refer specifically to land in the floodplain. So it's in a different section, and it's a best practice as a community. We feel it's important to be protecting not just people in the FEMA floodplain, but those outside the FEMA floodplain in an area that still could be susceptible to flooding, next to detention ponds, open drainage ways from flooding as well. Then on to this motion to not require the entire lot to be graded above the floodplain. So the subdivision ordinance says anytime you're coming in to subdivide, so coming through planning with a preliminary plat, the ground must be raised for that building site. That's what the current subdivision ordinance says today for residential. It uses that term building site. In the zoning, if the lot's already platted in the floodplain, you're elevating the floor. So that's an existing lot, it's zoned for that use, you're elevating the floor. So when we're looking at, today it says building site. That term is not defined anywhere. So what is a building site? Well, it's where a building can be put. That could be the setbacks. Typically that's the setbacks. Well, those setbacks can be waived to 0 administratively. And so that a building could be put right up to the lot line within, there's utility easement, so within a couple feet. Or someone can add on a deck to their structure, and they can add that deck within 2 feet from a lot line. And so now that post, if that post is in the floodplain, now your entire structure is in the floodplain. So that building site can continue to, it's not just the setbacks. Those setbacks can be waived. It's wherever any structure can be placed that is attached to your building. And so what we're defining it as for residential, that building site can be the entire lot. We could say, okay, it's 2 feet inside the lot, has to be raised. But the other aspect of that is if floodplain is allowed to be on a portion of the lot, when someone gets a mortgage and the insurance company looks at that, they see, okay, that floodplain is touching the lot. And then they would require that property owner to get flood insurance. And this happens a lot where property owners don't know that their building may be out, but they're being required to pay flood insurance because the floodplain touches the lot. And so it's important for new residential lots, talking single family right now, we'll get to the apartment later, but new single family residential lots, for the entire lot to be graded out of the floodplain. That way we can ensure that that property owner is not going to be paying flood insurance, that their house will not be in the floodplain. If they put an addition on, put a deck on, that there's not that potential that they could put their house into the floodplain. So we're not proposing that amendment. Yeah.
Tim, I just want to make sure that distinction was clear. So I understand the proposed amendment's trying to make a distinction that we think already kind of exists. It's trying to use new growth versus older areas. But I think what Tim said, I want to make sure people caught it, was that if you're just doing a single lot or a single structure that's in existence, you can raise the building. If you're subdividing or platting, then you need to do the ground. And the theory behind that is if you're coming in and you're going to do all the ground and do all the lots at once, it's much simpler to do all the grading and all the grading work at once. Then the individual builder just builds their house. They don't come in and try and figure out their floodplain on their own lot. So one lot can do the structure, subdividing and platting, you have to do the.
So if someone buys an acreage, 3 acres, and there's a creek running through the back, and it's in the floodplain, but the whole frontage area is out of the floodplain, currently you can build on that without raising, and you're saying you still could. It's only if it's subdivided?
Yeah, if they're not subdividing or platting.
So you're saying if somebody just wants to build their house on a 3-acre lot,
Part of which is in the floodplain, they don't have to.
They could go put their house in the floodplain as long as they raise the floor of that house. But if they come in to subdivide those 3 acres, now we're saying, okay, the new lots you're creating all have to be graded above the floodplain. And that's what the ordinance says today, that term building site. Like I said, that's how we have been requiring that for new lots. The apartments, like I mentioned previously in my presentation, we understand that when it comes to building code, they are viewed as a commercial building. So, mechanical, electrical, framing, all that, it has to follow the commercial building code. But when it comes to floodplain regulations, FEMA's definition is that apartment buildings are residential. They have residences in them. Even mixed-use buildings that have residences count as residential. And so we do not want those structures being put in the floodplain. We understand that, yeah, there may be part of your apartment lot that's open space parking, the developer can come in with that assumption that, okay, I'm going to grade this part of the lot for parking in the floodplain, I'm going to grade this area for a building. Once they sell off that lot, the buyer of that lot, they have free reign to build wherever they want within those setbacks. They're not bound to, where that developer assumed the building was going to go. And so that's the problem with, if you're assuming that an area is going to be low lying in the floodplain, that can be in an outlot. We're okay with that. Then that ensures that the builder is not going to put an apartment building in the floodplain. We see it quite a bit where these areas of an apartment lot that back up to the floodplain, they want to waive the setbacks to 0 because it's a big open space, and planning support of that makes sense. But we want to ensure that those buildings are not going to be put in the floodplain, because that's a violation of our current floodplain ordinance today, and that would have big implications for our community rating system. And then onto the grandfathering, we agree that it is vague, and we have proposed an amendment here to that, so that it will include consolidation plats. And here, let's put that up here. So it will include where there are consolidation plats, that's an exception, and then where there's an administrative amendment to the preliminary plat that contains minor changes to notes, streets, alleys, or lots. We discussed this with planning, and we felt we didn't think it was justified to allow amendments that include changes to land use or density. That was really open-ended. But really the goal is not to apply these new standards in an unrealistic way. This currently, as this section's written today, that if a preliminary plat's older than 5 years, anytime a final plat can come in, that planning can require them to submit a new preliminary plat. That's not how the practice is today, and so I think this is kind of clearing that up for all preliminary plats, not just specific to the floodplain regulations. So I think, are there any questions on that?
Questions for Tim? Yeah.
To your knowledge, are there any, we've recently approved, 500, 600 unit apartment buildings. I don't know if they're touching the floodplain or adjacent, but are there any properties that have been purchased and had special permits or change of zone that have not finally platted that would be affected by this resolution if passed?
Well, it's still anything over 5 years. So I'm not aware of any preliminary plats out there. I don't have that in my memory.
We're still waiting on some plats, I believe, on some properties that have been approved through this commission and the city council.
Yeah.
So we don't know whether anybody would be affected by that.
And I don't know if you have more of a idea on the number.
Okay.
What was your answer, Brian?
Doesn't know of any.
Doesn't know of any.
I think the idea is that if someone came in for a preliminary plat 5 years ago and they haven't done anything, they haven't submitted any final plats, they're not developing, and so.
No, I'm talking about items that have come up for special permits or change of zone just within the last few months that have not submitted their final plat.
Okay. Well, they would be grandfathered in because they have an approved preliminary plat that's less than 5 years old.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
With that, I'll take a motion to close a public hearing.
I would move to close public hearing on 22011.
22010.
Yeah, sorry.
Second, Core?
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Public hearing closed, 6-0.
Then we'll move on to text amendment 22011.
Item 4.3, text amendment 22011, amending the Lincoln Municipal Code, Title 27 zoning for revisions to various sections for flood and water quality protection measures. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
Same ones as before.
Okay. Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No, thank you. Tim?
Okay, again, these are the amendments, proposed amendments to Title 27 zoning. They align with the revisions to the Flood and Water Quality Protection Manual and the goals, elements, and policies of the comprehensive plan, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Testimony in support of 22011.
Sorry, I just want to kind of make sure the scales are a little balanced. So Adam Hintz, 1919 Prospect Street, Friends of Wilderness Park, Executive Director. I just want to kind of get the point across too that during this long process of kind of figuring this out, there have been concessions between all communities. The negotiations have been made to get this to a place where it's presentable in front of you guys and council. And so, the kind of changing things here on the floor here is a little odd, but just wanted to kind of put down the point that this has been a large discussion for a very long time, and these guys, again, have done a great job of taking all of those concerns and putting those together. So again, I appreciate them and everyone, so thank you.
Thank you. Additional testimony in support.
Thank you. Foster Collins, 2100 Calvert Street. We are also, a lot of us are also concerned about, I want you to know that we are concerned about affordable housing and starter homes and people that are trying to get started in owning property. But I just want to make the point that allowing or permitting of unsafe housing development, housing that would be at risk in the floodplain or could be brought into the floodplain, is not an affordable housing strategy.
Thank you. Additional testimony in support. Testimony in opposition. Text amendment 22011.
Thank you.
One of the things that our 6-month study has listed is not only do we want to study the existing or the proposed new regulations, but the existing. So anytime you hear this is what the ordinance says today, if it was wrong today, it should be corrected. So just because we have it in the existing ordinance does not mean there isn't some changes that could save some money and make it better for the community. That's number one. We talk about this lot. Remember, we're not opposing at the 2-foot rise on the structure. Okay, that's where people live or work. It's the filling of the lot that the engineers do not think makes sense along the way. And even if the floodplain touches your lot, it's not the end of the world because there's a FEMA map amendment process that allows you to go in and remap the floodplain or reconfigure your lot to get it out of the floodplain. It's the structure that counts. It's not the lot, and we think the lot is overdoing it. We're asking again for the minimum flood corridor, go to 80 feet, or if you don't like that, give us the exceptions so that when it's an ag field, it can still be piped because there's nothing sacred about the ag field for water quality purposes. And that technical 300-foot language that I still don't know what it means is also as part of that today. And then we also want to talk about the apartments. The thing is, right now, FEMA does not require us in the adjacent areas to do anything. So to say that we have to have apartments be treated like a home in an adjacent area, that's not a FEMA requirement. FEMA does not require adjacency. So to say we can't accept out and have apartments be treated like commercial buildings on adjacent land is just wrong. Reading of the FEMA rules, in our opinion. So we, again, asking to carve out the apartments definitions so they're treated like commercial, so that we don't have to fill the parking lots and all that green grass that you have next to a big apartment complexes is still in our request. And finally, because they did talk at the last rebuttal about grandfathering, they gave us some, and we appreciate that. Two things they didn't give on, I want to just point out. We think a change in land use should be irrelevant when it talks about the lot, fill in the lot. So, and if you look at it, going from single family to duplex is a change in land use. And as long as the house or the structure is 2 feet above, who cares? We should still be able to change land use and go from different types of land use as long as the structure, regardless if it's residential, apartment, or commercial, is 2 feet above. So we don't think this lot issue is rational, in our opinion. The second thing is it didn't give us density. Again, if we go with a more dense land use, higher apartments, for example, and the structure is out of the 2 feet, what's wrong with going and adding density? That's what your comp plan wants. We're not, again, this is dealing with that silly filling of the lot requirement. And as a result, we think it's overdoing. You should be able to amend and be grandfathered if you add density, as long as the structure's safe, and not have to redo it because of the lot. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions, and I sure appreciate your patience today. It's been amazing.
Any questions for Kent? Kent, I don't know if I speak for anyone else, but I'm a little overwhelmed and confused. I mean, when we typically handle these issues in front of us, we are dealing with a particular property or a particular issue that's occurring, and we can see both sides and we can be the arbiter. In this circumstance where we're talking about text amendments and it's hard for us not to rely upon the expertise of both the development committee or community as well as city staff. And it starts to kind of all jumble together. Is there, I don't know what I'm asking you other than to say, is there any way you can help us see our way through that as we get to a point where we're about to decide how to move forward?
Right. Well, great question. All I can tell you is we've got left, we got right, we got center. And they feel the 6-month effort to delay and to make it, get rid of the one size fits all and do the other request on mapping and helping find money. If we're going to put regulations on people, that's harm. We've got to give them hope at the same time, and we think by doing the hope part and finding money and looking at structures gives them hope to understand that they might have to suffer during the interim, but we have as a community, we're going to solve this. We cannot, this extra rain cannot just be regulated. It's a problem. And we've got to find other more comprehensive approaches. And that's what we're saying here. If you don't want to do the delay, then that's my second part, and that is I've given you a lot of, they're not my ideas because I don't understand it like you. Now, I've been doing it now for a couple weeks, and so it's a little clearer to me, but I feel totally sorry for you, because this is, this is so technical. And, you know, I can be in the room with civil engineers and hydrologists, and shoo, shoo, shoo. All I can tell you is, and when I say 9, it's not 9 individuals, it's their firms. So it was a lot of people in those workshops, so it's much broader than just 9 individuals that are giving me this feedback. So, you know, normally you would delay just for 2 weeks or 4 weeks to try to get the two parties to be on the same page better. I don't know if that would work, because we tried to do that for 10 months. We really tried, because I just know the way you do things right in Lincoln is on a consensus model.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Additional testimony in opposition.
I had a
Oh,
question
I'm
for
sorry.
Kent. The 6-week study, have you?
6 months.
6 month, I'm sorry. Have you talked to these consultants, and they can do that in that period of time?
I talked to some consultants about, and that's where I got my guesstimate on price and time. But they also said, give us a better detailed scope. And that's where we were supposed to work with the administration. We had Mickey, and we started down that path. She did a draft, I did a draft. She was to come back, but she left. Okay? We didn't complete the scope. And until we show a consultant on their scope, I'm not going to be confident on price or time. But when I talk to them at a high level, that's what I heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition. Okay, staff.
So on the motion to amend, we've touched on these before, the minimum corridor and the apartments and adjacency. Adjacency really is a separate issue than apartments. When we talk about apartments, it's apartments in the floodplain, and so that's where this, the standard in the floodplain regulations is for development in the floodplain. And so kind of the whole discussion on apartments is when someone is proposing to fill in the floodplain for that lot, then that entire lot for apartment use needs to be elevated out of the floodplain to ensure that those apartment buildings are not placed in the floodplain. The adjacent is a separate issue that applies to all buildings built adjacent to the floodplain, detention facilities, open drainage ways, is that we don't want any of those buildings to be built with a minimum opening, so that window lower than the 100-year. We allow basements in those cases because they're outside the floodplain, but we want the minimum opening of those buildings to be elevated above the 100-year.
Isn't it also the case in apartment development, you could also preserve an outlot? You could divide your property into the apartment lot and the outlot. The outlot could do detention.
The outlot has detention, the outlot, you could have a separate outlot for parking or.
Right.
So there's no consideration about elevation rise. Let's say somebody wants to build an apartment building, and the lot has got a 20-foot hill, and they want to build on the hill, and they don't want to fill in the area that will be the parking lot. Would that take a special permit to do that if this is adopted? Because you're saying that the whole lot has to be filled and brought up.
Yeah, so that's where the building would be on a lot that's already elevated out of the floodplain. The parking would be on an outlot that's in the floodplain to ensure that those residential buildings are not built in the floodplain.
The apartment lot was already out, it's out. It doesn't do anything more.
Tim, although we talked several times about the minimum flood corridor definitions and those that were recommended by Mr. Seacrest, I'm not sure, and perhaps I missed it, but in his alternative 2, he does touch upon this distinction for agricultural uses. And I couldn't recall if you addressed that specifically with us or not, if you could do so.
Yeah. So a lot of times, a farmer may be farming through there, but they're farming through that every year. If they let it go, it's probably going to be a drainage way. So they're managing that, they're changing that as they farm through there. So it's that threshold, that 40-acre point is still important in allowing that open drainage way. You leave that alone and stop farming that's going to go back to a nice riparian corridor. The other thing is, with our water quality standards, there's a question of, okay, if it's farmed through, can the developer improve that area and plant like nice native plantings or waterway plantings and improve that? And that's something that we would consider. We have an alternative process today in our water quality standards. That's why we have that alternative process, because we can't think of every scenario that may come to us. Since 2016, when these went into effect, in the last 6 years, we've seen some consistent alternatives that have come through, and we've added those as standard practices now. And so we are open to looking at these as on a case-by-case basis and say, okay, does this meet the intent of the water quality standards? So something like improving a corridor that's not, that's farmed through, I think that would meet the intent of providing water quality.
And did you give me the staff amendment?
We didn't have one for the Title 27, yeah.
Helpful. I think the other thing, and just an answer to a question that you asked previously again, is, what do you do? As an old planning commissioner myself, served on the planning commission before. I mean, it's a great question, and I'm sure you all have your each individual answers, but I think what I've often seen, and what I think you probably agree with, is that you do rely on the professional staff. You do rely on the engineers and the people the community has elected and put forward to represent the community's broader interest, to try and find where are those decision points and where is that information. And I think it's important to remember a couple things. If I can, the original proposal, we've heard some people talk about the process and talk about reacting to the proposals, and the fact that we have some amendments here. To me, that's just another indication that staff is really on their game and that they're really working with the folks involved in this proposal to make sure that they've addressed every possible contingency. The original proposal was made available in 2021.
July of 2021.
Thank you.
To be exact.
So July of 2021. And we have worked the last 16 months working with those very same stakeholders to adjust the proposal and to change it. So saying that you've only seen one version of it at a certain time really doesn't reflect the robustness and the complexity that's been involved in the process. We show an original proposal in July of 2021. There are stakeholder meetings that people that have come up to testify explained that they attended, and that we listened to that feedback and we worked to update the proposals, and we had more engagement and more discussion and more back and forth in order to continue to refine that. To my count, 10 of the 28 proposals in the 2021 were significantly changed. We also modified some of the existing proposals to try and make those more fluid and make those more flexible. So I do think that 16-month process has actually been very robust. It's been a lot of back and forth. The fact that I think we disagree on a few pieces in the end doesn't mean that we have a process problem. I think it's quite the opposite. I think it's probably indicative that the 4-year process was a good process, that we moved through a very complex issue, very deliberatively, very back and forth, with the help of both professional staff, private engineers, consultants that we hired to do specific technical work that needed to be done, to try and make sure that we'd done our homework to bring you a proposal that we think had been very well vetted and very well thought through. Again, the fact that staff is able to react the morning of and say, oh, that's not a bad idea, we still could tweak that, I think is again indicative of their expertise. And I think again speaks to the fact that we've got a proposal in front of you that's been well thought through and well vetted. The concept, engagement, again, fundamental to everything that we do here in Lincoln and fundamental to this process as well. mean, almost every person that came up and testified indicated that they had been on one of the stakeholder committees of the last 4 years that helped to develop this proposal. Again, the fact that we get to the end and we agree on a vast majority of it, and there's still some positions of disagreement, I think doesn't indicate that we have a process problem. It indicates that we've done a very robust process, and now we're down to the point where we need a recommendation and we need a decision at council to sort of make these decisions on where we should move forward with the city. One of the things, and I don't know if I can get the TV staff to flip the overhead back on with the laptop. There they go. One of the things I want to talk about, Kent talked about collaboration. We are interested in collaboration. We continue to be interested in collaboration. Kent mentioned meeting with the city many times, meeting with Mickey, meeting with myself, and that is true. And to me, that is how we are collaborating. We have been collaborating. We're interested in continuing to collaborate. We'll wait for a second to get the slide to come up. Sorry.
While we're waiting for that,
Please.
are there any objections that you've heard for the first time today that you think might be compromised if you had another couple of weeks to talk with the stakeholders and the developers?
I think without fail, and Tim can correct me, everything that was raised today was raised over the last 16 months. It's been discussed. I think where we are now is that there are a couple of points that they maybe disagree on. I don't know that, I think we're down to a couple of little tweaks that we've made. Thanks, Bo. Did I mess it up by moving it? So I think the better process would be to go ahead and make your recommendation. If you want to advance the staff amendments, I think that's perfectly sound. There will be continued conversation, but I think getting in front of the city council, the elected policymakers, to decide if they want to adopt some of Kent's amendments, I think is perfectly appropriate. We'll, of course, continue to have discussions in that intervening 4-week period to see if there's any other tweaks we need to make. But I think, thanks, Bo. I think you should feel confident in the professional staff. I think you should feel confident in the process. Again, and I think I want to take a minute to remind us and the public again that we're advancing on multiple strategies, right? So I really want to make sure that people understand that point. That's why I wanted to put up this slide again. So we talk about, and your questions were good. So if we pause yet again, after a year pause, what is it that we're hoping to achieve? And everything that I heard people say is what we're already doing. And we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to impanel, again, more stakeholder committees. We've been going back and forth with Ken. I know he's had communication with Jennifer in our office about different people that might serve on different types of committees. But the things that we're talking about, let's walk right through here. We talked about the protections that are on your agenda today. Sorry, it's kind of small, right? That's this proposal. Initiate the development of new floodplain maps. That's underway. That's happening. There was a comment made about they want to do an unofficial floodplain remapping. People are free to do that. The city can't do unofficial floodplain remapping. Our temperature can't be on anything other than the FEMA standard, not only for liability concerns, but because that's not policy. We're partners with FEMA. We have to do official process. We can't do an unofficial remapping. But the remapping process is underway. So again, these things that are articulated. Doing structural solutions, again, underway. Brick grant is already happening. The Salt Creek Resiliency Plan outlined very specific things that we're going to be investigating. The Comprehensive Watershed Master Plan that Tim just brought through a month ago, a couple of weeks ago, right, again, outlined specific structural solutions and improvements for all the different basins. So that work, again, is underway. The delaying is not needed in order to accomplish those things. Those things are underway, and we'll continue to engage the community as we have been. Funding solutions, again, yes, we want to engage the community on funding solutions. To be able to do these important strategies that we're doing. But I go back to a couple of my beginning points. Before I leave that point right there, there was some mention about doing an RFP for an additional study and the city initial. We did discuss on that. It's further proof of our collaboration with Kent. We had these conversations, we went back and forth. But it became clear during that conversation that much of what's being proposed had already been analyzed and developed. When you start putting together a scope and you begin to realize, well, we're asking somebody to do something that we've already done. We're asking them to provide information and data that's already well established. And I guess we have confidence in the hydrological experts at Olson's that do this job every day and that have to be professional engineers and have to sign off on their work.
But wasn't that just with regard to Salt Creek?
Right, so it's for Salt Creek, but again, it's back to that earlier point and how the basin works together, and I can have Tim talk to that too, but the watershed works together. And as part of the study indicates that not only Salt Creek will rise, but the tributaries that feed Salt Creek will rise. And so it works as a system. So even though they say they study, it's a Salt Creek resiliency study, it's really a basin study and the impacts of those basins and those tributaries that feed into it. So the study is reflective and talks about the tributaries that feed it as well. Again, that work will continue to go on. But I think the important part now is that these are multiple strategies that we're currently engaged and will continue to be working on. We're collaborating with the community stakeholders, and we will continue to do that as well. But they have very different timelines. And I think it's important that we go ahead and advance this very well thought through, very well understood proposal that's in front of you today. If you'd like to adapt the staff amendments, obviously we support that. But recognize that these other pieces have longer timelines, and it doesn't make sense to wait to adopt these other pieces in order to do the things that we know we can do today. They will all be happening concurrently on their own individual timelines. Affordable housing is the last thing I'll say. I think we talked to this before. These are multiple goals. We can achieve them all. We believe that we can provide resources and that we can build safely within the floodplain. It's important to remember that all these only apply to the buildings that are in the floodplain. What we don't want to do in the name of servicing affordable housing is create 40 years from now this same conversation. 40 years from now, because we didn't provide appropriate protections, and the new affordable housing that got built is only affordable because it's suffering the same lack of protections and forethought that we didn't put forth today. So, happy to answer questions.
I don't know if you guys can do this on the fly. I tried to pull it up. Can you pull up a picture of the Salt Creek Basin that we're referencing?
Can it maybe in the PowerPoint?
We'll see, or we may have to get Bo to come out and do some magic. If we have a great one, it might be small. Well, or maybe Bo and the TV crews, can you take the Elmo?
There we go.
That's I guess it's kind of, looks better on that TV than this one here.
There we go. Look at that. Ask and you shall receive.
That show up okay? It's elongated on this screen, but.
So tell me what the pink and the blue means.
Here, let's do this one. This one's more,
okay,
it's more definitive.
So that one's the entire Salt Creek watershed. This one here is a little bit
So
zoomed
this is
in on
very
the city
similar to
limits.
what I was looking at online. It's just different colors. But so what I'm understanding is that the Salt Creek watershed applies to all of the city of Lincoln.
Correct.
So I think earlier it was stated, and I don't know who said it, but it's only parts of Lincoln, but it is all of Lincoln. So if we did the Salt Creek resiliency study, it's affecting all of Lincoln.
Yeah, it was looking at, the entire watershed. So Antelope Creek, Dead Man's Run, Beale Slough, all of those tributaries that feed into Salt Creek. And the study showed that there's on average a 15% increase in floodwaters coming down all of those tributaries as well as Salt Creek. The study for looking at the increase in depth was really just on Salt Creek because there's the levees, and that's such a large watershed. Looking at, the point of that was really to look at, are there structural measures that can reduce that height down below the levees so that there could be the required freeboard to map the floodplain within the levees. And it was found that that could not be achieved. There's still potentially some benefits to doing that, which is what we're looking at with this BRIC grant. But there's still, we can't say, that Salt Creek's 600 square miles when it leaves the city of Lincoln, and Antelope Creek is, let's say, around 20 square miles, that foot rise on Salt Creek is going to equate to, a tenth of that on Antelope Creek. That's not how the floodplains work. That 15% increase in flow can lead to a foot rise in some places. It could lead to even more. So as we're going through the Dead Man's Run project, looking at that, we're looking at, what's the existing condition for that project, and what's the existing condition with Atlas 14, and designing that project based on Atlas 14. And we're seeing that even on Dead Man's Run, that increase in flows has a similar effect. variable. You can't say, okay, it's only going to be a couple inches now because the drainage area is a lot smaller.
Yes. It's the entire community.
Additional questions? Anything more you want to share with us?
No, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you both.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second, Campbell.
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Public hearing closed.
Thank you. I mean, I think at this point, we would need a motion on one of these amendments, and then further discussion.
I would move that we approve the staff recommended motion to amend on the land subdivision, which is 22012. Design standards, sorry.
That's actually the design standard.
Right.
Geez,
I had the wrong page up front.
So a motion is on the floor to approve the text amendment 22012 with the addition or amendments that were proposed by staff.
Correct.
Second, Core.
Discussion.
Yeah, I have very mixed emotions, as I'm sure the rest of you do. The points that Ken has brought up, I think there's some valid points in there that need to be worked on. I mean, I'm hoping that utilities, transportation utilities, and the planning department can work with Kent and that group of engineers before it gets to the city council. Because I think there are some things in there that either go further than we need to at this point or aren't clear enough. And there's that's what I've been hearing all afternoon. And so I think it's important to approve these three text amendments, but at our level, but then work for the next month between the two bodies to try and eliminate some of the concerns that were expressed in the amendments Kent has brought forward. I do think I'm one to be more on the cautious side. I'd rather have these regulations in place for future flood events, which could happen this next spring. We don't know. And I think it gives us some better protection, but I would hope that they would work together to bring some of the modifications that Kent has brought forward to be part of the effort.
Thanks, Dick.
Got a couple things. So, tell some personal stories. So, my parents, when I was young, really young, bought a house in a brand new development. And within, I'd say 10 years, we had a major rain event, and everybody had to put drain tile in that year. And I remember the destruction of just the basement area being destroyed. And because in that 10 years we had owned that house, my parents' financial situation changed. We didn't have the money to put drain tile in our home. And it was just as a young child, the impact of all the stuff in that basement being thrown out has an impact. And now I'm probably the one on here that lives in the lowest income area in Lincoln. I bought my house. I hit every guideline for income qualifications on medium income, all those nice percentages. That was me, and I bought my house. And we did all the inspections to make sure, because if I buy this house, I don't want to be in that situation where I can't afford drain tile in 10 years, right? So we did all the inspections, we did all the things, we were right, and we are pretty close to a floodplain. We're not in the floodplain, but we're not far away, and maybe with new numbers, and back then I didn't know anything about the data was from 1961, and maybe I should have looked at that more closely as a new home buyer, but I didn't. I bought a starter home that I intended to die in. That was my goal. I can't afford to now pay flood insurance. I can't afford to now do all this extra stuff. I'm also not going to renovate my house to 50%. But if I did and somehow got a lot of money and I want to stay in my home, I would be excited that the city would tell me, hey, you know you're not safe, and that if you're going to invest this money, please raise it up. My other thing, I like the idea of an entire lot. It's kind of personal. An entire lot being raised because you talk 2 feet. I use a wheelchair. That means your entrance is no longer accessible if you're just doing a building. And I just wanted to point that out because nobody thinks about that. So I'm just going to say that. So I will be supporting these because I think the time to act was probably a decade ago. So we need to act sooner than later. I'm not saying I agree with fellow commissioner that we need to continue those conversations on how to especially define what we're asking. You know, when he kept bringing up what does adjacent mean, and I'm glad you guys came through with an amendment, but to really say what we mean instead of it being more vague, so that when things come back and they're asking for special permits or waivers or those type of things, the law was clearer. So I hope the conversation continues. As far as the 40 to 80 foot, I think more green space and new developments is a good thing, not a bad thing. And if those double as a floodway, that's great. We were here when Antelope Valley came through, and a lot of that was pulling up the old pipes they put underground, thinking that was enough to carry that water, and they realized it wasn't. So I don't want something in a new development to be built with those huge pipes and then realize that's not enough. We got to open it back up and tear those out. So that's my 2 cents and my personal story.
Thanks for sharing. Anyone else?
Sure, I'll speak a little bit. I'm going to support the city's perspective. From my perspective, what I'm hearing, and people may disagree with me, and that's fine. That's what we're here for. Is that the city has done their due diligence and gone through the process and tried to be inclusive and include everyone. It's been a lengthy process that was interrupted by COVID, unfortunately. But what I hear is that some constituents don't agree with the process or the result of the process, and so they want special consideration. And we hear this on different projects all the time. We have opposing viewpoints. This situation is a little unique in that opposing viewpoint can afford to go and hire experts to do a study and see if it jives up with what the city has already done or if it doesn't. And you know, if they want to go ahead and do that, I encourage them, go ahead, take your 6 months and do that. But in the meantime, I think it's important that we do this now. Because I kind of agree with Commissioner Campbell that in 6 months, we're going to go through spring again, and that's flooding season. And I would not feel good about myself if I postponed this for 6 months and a whole bunch of houses and people were kicked out of their homes. So I can't delay this. I need to have it, you know, I agree. We should have done it many years ago. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you. This is, as I tried to make clear throughout the conversation we've had over the last couple of hours, it's challenging because everyone who's spoken in front of us is so reasonable and has has great things to share with folks who are not experts in this area, who represent the community as a whole. And I'm overwhelmed by the science that goes on behind this, and I appreciate all that comes to it, and I also appreciate that we all come to it with different perspectives. But there was a lot of reasonable discussion today, and some compromise. You know, we start with this idea of no adverse impact. Honestly, Tracy, I'm where you are as well with regard to how do I feel my role is if something happens next spring that could be devastating as it was in 2015. Likely that won't happen, but we thought that in 2014 as well. That being said, I was also struck in particular when Mike Eckert was testifying, that as a person who works, whose livelihood is based on the development work, the important development work, and the economic development that is driven by that community, and that they live on the text of those ordinances, and how essential having these ordinances make sense and be not overstepping and yet protecting, and where that balance is. I just do not feel like I am capable of making that call, although somehow that comes to my to where I'm at these days. But I am very cognizant that gathering that feedback and the fact that interactions were happening today that did change what was in front of us. It shows compromise, but it also shows that maybe there's some more work to be done. And I just don't know how I can add to that at this point. I appreciate everyone's patience. I appreciate the passionate and expertise testimony that was shared with us today. I will be voting to approve the motion that's in front of us. Shelley, will you please call the vote on text amendment 22012?
As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Approved, 6-0.
I would move that we approve 22010 with the staff recommended motion to of amend the land subdivision.
Second, Core.
Any other discussion? Shelley, please call the vote.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Approved, 6-0.
And I would move that we approve text amendment 22011.
I'm sorry, I was waiting for the amendment. You're the one on that one.
We don't have one.
Second, Core.
Shelley?
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Approved, 6-0.
Thank you. All right, we have one more matter in front of us. Are we good to go
We have
forward?
2.
Yep.
All right.
Two items.
Oh. Bruce.
Next item is item 4.4, special permit 22035 to allow for the construction of a large solar energy conversion system in compliance with section 13.051 of the Lancaster County zoning regulations on property generally located at 162nd and Holdridge Streets. The Planning Commission action is final unless appealed to the Lancaster County Board. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No. Tom?
Tom Jacob, planning staff. We're here this for a special permit for a large solar energy conversion system. It is located on North 162nd Street, about a half-mile north of Holdridge. The site is approximately 75 acres. The panels will use photovoltaic technology as required by our ordinance. This special permit is, like I said, for this one parcel. It is its own special permit. However, it is associated with this special permit that was approved last year. As you recall, was over a lot larger area. It's associated in the fact that it's part of the overall project. But whatever is done on this special permit has no impact on the previous special permit that was approved in December of last year by the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners. The two projects combined, if this one's approved, would produce up to 125 megawatts of power, and per the applicant's letter, that could power approximately 16,000 homes. This application meets all the requirements of the special permit, and the applicant is actually even agreeing to larger setbacks than what our code requires for non-participating properties. This map shows lots that are participating and non-participating. This little acreage lot here is the only non-participating lot adjacent. This is our special permit parcel. This, and this are all participating. This one and this one is non-participating, but they only meet at a point. So setbacks. So they are showing actually the code requires only 100-foot setback to non-participating lots with a dwelling. They are showing a 450-foot setback to the non-participating lot. That is actually what was approved in the previous special permit, so they're following what was done in the previous special permit. There is some drainage areas through here, and no panels will be allowed in any drainage, significant streams, drainage easements, or areas of wetlands. The Lower Platte South NRD and Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department both recommended approval to this application. An erosion control plan will be required prior to building permits, and that will be reviewed by the NRD. And a road maintenance agreement with Lancaster County Engineering is also a condition of approval, but they don't need to do that until prior to building permits. So that's a quick overview. If you have any questions, the applicant can go into more detail of the project.
Questions for Tom? Thank you.
Sure.
Testimony from the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioners. I know we're coming in at the end of a long day here, so we'll keep it brief. My name is Lee Greenwald. I'm with the Baird Home Law Firm in Omaha. Address 1700 Farnham Street, Suite 1500. I'd just like to frame this up real quickly, and then I'll introduce my client here to take it away. One thing I would point out just initially on this map for you is that these pink-colored parcels, while they are participating landowners, will not have project improvements. So if you're looking at this map saying this would be completely surrounded, that's not the case in this instance. These pink parcels would not have those project improvements. So one distinction to point out there. Otherwise, as the agenda reads, this is a large solar energy conversion system, but another way to think about this is a small addition to the previously approved large solar energy system. This is a single parcel. It's less than 80 acres. The reason we're coming back for a second permit is because it was acquired after the fact from the first permit. We're asking that you approve it subject to all of the same conditions of approval for the other parcels, so it would be treated consistently. And as Mr. Chayka outlined, that includes a greater setback than what your regulations actually call for, from 100 feet to 450 feet. In this instance, there is only one non-participating residential parcel that's affected by this, and they would have the benefit not only of that greater setback, but some greater vegetative screening requirements as well. And so, with that, I think it frames it up nicely, and it's my pleasure to introduce Oliver with Ranger Power, and he has a brief presentation to show you a little bit more. So thank you.
Yes, Commissioners, good afternoon. Thank you for having us. Yeah, Oliver Shagg, 226 North Morgan Street, Chicago, Illinois. I do have a presentation. I was wondering if we could help pull it up. It's pretty brief, but I'm currently locked out of the computer.
Bo, can you help us with the computer?
Yeah,
Well, IT help.
They're
Do we have a
going.
password? That's what we need.
You know, just for the sake of time, I can just kind of
talk through it?
Yeah, we'll just talk through this. So, so as Lee mentioned, we are looking for approval on that additional parcel. As you can see, they are abutting already permitted parcels. Those are in orange. And it's actually just a little more than what Tom mentioned. It's about 79 acres total. And we calculate roughly 6 megawatts of production can be gained from this actual parcel itself. Those additional special permits special approvals that we gained last year, obviously are, as my colleague mentioned, are going to be met in this as well. Just because we see this we know this project was contentious at the beginning, so we wanted to meet the needs of neighbors and other stakeholders in the area. I think we've covered most of it. I think we can actually just go ahead and skip the entire presentation. We did see you guys we saw you about a year ago, and one last point I just want to say for the sake of it, it was refreshing to be in this room in this great discussion, and on both sides there was an emphasis on climate change. I thought it was a great threshold to this final presentation we had here. So
I'm impressed that you sat through the whole thing.
I appreciate that. Likewise.
So you mentioned that the purple are participating properties, but there will be nothing placed on those properties. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep. So it's land owned by participating landowners,
okay,
but not parcels that will be constructed upon or have been permitted. Yeah. Apologies for the confusion there.
So they own other land too, is what
correct.
you're saying?
Yep.
Got it.
So any landowner for one of these pink parcels would also own an orange parcel elsewhere in the project.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And
Questions?
you have purchased this land?
We have, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Testimony in support of this application. What testimony is there in support? Is there any neutral testimony or testimony in opposition?
Good evening. It's been a long day. I'll try to make this brief and quick. My name is Mike Benz, 1741 North 173rd Street. I've been here in front of you many times for the past couple of years. You might recognize me, don't remember. For the previous amendments, the previous special permit, all of that, all of the concerns. So with that, I'm not going to dive too much into the previous stuff, but the previous special permit, which covered a lot of it on the county side, was for 1,430 acres. That particular permit, when we went through that process, Ranger Power stated that they only needed about 60% of the land. I don't remember the exact number. Didn't have time to watch hours of testimony. So in that particular case, why do they need an additional? If they already had the land and then some to meet what they previously stated that they were going to deliver, why do they need more? Continuing on, I know I sent a very long email, really touched on the long-term comprehensive plan. Sorry it was so long, pretty important. I touched on a lot of things, both sides, you have to weigh both sides of all things, right? So I do understand it's a set of guiding principles, which is actually stated in the long-term plan for you to make your difficult decisions. So at the end of the day, again, I understand it's just a set of principles. It's not actual code or anything like that, but what is code are the ordinances already in place. Article 13-001. Which way does this go? All right.
Mm-hmm.
How do I zoom in?
Too far.
There you go.
There you go.
So this is, 13002, under procedures, under the special permit section. In the application and copies of the plot plan drawn to an accurate scale and showing all pertinent information shall be filed in writing with the planning department. That says with the application. Now, to kind of further clarify, it says plot plan. So I also went, I looked, and here's your definition of a plot plan. Now, I remember last year here, with one of the other special permits out there, which was related to Stevens Creek, there was a very big conversation in the difference between plot plan and final plot plan. This language here is very clear. It says plot plan, it doesn't say final plot plan. With this application, there is no plot plan. Doesn't show anything where anything's gonna be built, anything like that. So, again, keeping it brief. I sent my long email. They already have all the land and then some that they need. Why do they need more? In association with your own ordinances, this particular application is actually incomplete and should not be approved. So I ask that you don't approve it. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thanks for sticking around.
The words right out of my mouth.
It was
It's been a long day.
Thank you.
It's kind of like a second home.
Thank you.
Additional testimony in opposition. Staff questions?
Yes. Tom, could you answer that question on the plot plan?
I'll take a stab at it. So we have variations of plot plans, we'll call them that. And what's required on them. If you're doing a prelim or a special permit for a community unit plan, there's more detail involved, grading, et cetera. Special permit for a daycare might just be a little 8.5 hand drawn. You don't necessarily have to show every building, structure, et cetera, on a plot plan. Also, you have to take that section, sentence, and also look at what the special permit section requires as far for each special permit and what they require. This, in essence, planning's opinion, would be considered the plot plan. It has the relevant information on it. We're not going to make them draw in where every solar panel is going to go. The solar panels can go outside of the established setbacks. The setbacks are shown on the plan. It's not the final. I mean, there are some conditions in here for some additional information that needs to be put on there, some clarification. And once that's done, that would be considered the final approved site plan.
Okay, thank you.
We can ask the applicant this as well, but do you have a sense for why additional land was required?
No.
Okay. Other questions for Tom? Thank you. Applicant rebuttal? So why do you need more land?
Yes. So with the increased setbacks, basically we had to find a means to find additional building locations. Because of these setbacks we agreed to in the initial special permit. And then we had interest in this with this landowner. It abuts additional land that we already have signed and permitted. So that's where we're at right now.
Got it. So at one point you thought you had enough land, but because of the additional setback requirements that you agreed to within the broader plan, as well as this new area, you wanted to use additional or install additional.
That's correct. Yep.
Any other questions?
Will there be an inverter included?
The preliminary site plans are still being in the works. I believe it's 300 feet from the property line is what we've agreed to. So we can obviously get back to you on that when we do get to that point. But you want to take it?
Hello, everyone. Sean Harris with Ranger Power, 226 North Morgan Street, Chicago, Illinois. Inverter service is about 4 megawatts worth of generation. So with this predicting to have 6 megawatts of generation located on it, we would expect there to be an inverter located on this parcel.
So within the restrictions that
It
were
would be
previous.
subject to the 300-foot setback for the inverter. That's right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah. Anything else? Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? Thank you.
I would move we close the public hearing.
Second, Core?
Shelley?
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Public hearing closed.
I would move that we approve special permit 22035.
Is there a second?
Second, Rodenberg.
Discussion.
I was trying to give someone else a chance to second.
We're just used to you doing it. I'm just sitting there silent, waiting for it.
Discussion.
This makes great sense with the additional setbacks we put on them. Picking up another piece of ground to fulfill those needed panels makes a lot of sense. So I will be voting for it.
Thank you.
I think the county required some compromises, including the additional setbacks and screening. And this just makes sense that this is part of the same project.
Mm-hmm.
I will also vote to support. Shelley?
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Approved 6-0. Okay, we are now moving on to our final public hearing item, item 5.1, special permit 21037 to allow for the West Van Dorn CUP Community Unit Plan for up to 12 dwelling units with associated waivers on property generally located at Southwest 70th and West Van Dorn Streets, and the Planning Commission action is final unless appealed to the Lincoln City Council. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any
No.
ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Tom?
Hello again. Tom Jacob, planning staff. This application is for a community unit plan for 12 lots on 154 acres. This was originally before you back in August of this year and have been put on hold while the planning and developer worked on some revisions to the site plan. The property is located at West Van Dorn, Southwest 70th, this area right there. The lots on this proposed site will be approximately 1 acre in size, and it will utilize, here's the layout. You can see down here on the bottom, it will utilize a community lagoon system for wastewater. That lagoon system is required to be approved by Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy. The lots will have individual wells. The applicant did submit data on surrounding wells and did one test well on the site. Health concluded that based on that information, there appeared to be adequate quantity of groundwater. And then after the staff report was done, Health had asked for an opinion from the Lower Platte South NRD. They also looked at it and came to the same conclusion that there appeared to be adequate quantity of water for the development. This is within 3 miles of Lincoln, so it's required to meet the build-through requirements. Typically on build-through, the acreage lots would show building envelopes and how those could be divided in the future. We do not require that when the lots are 1 acre or less in size, so they do not have to show that. They do show a potential street network concept plan for the outlot for future development when the city would get out there or rules change and they were able to do more lots. They have asked for several waivers. Planning is supportive of all the waivers. Block length, pedestrian way, detention, these are not unusual for acreage developments. The first 2 waivers, 1 and 2, are have to do with what is supposed to be shown on what they call the the concept plan area. Instead of going into a lot of detail on how that would be, it kind of makes sense to just do that later when that would come in. Watershed was in support of waiving stormwater detention, and LTU and county engineer do not oppose reducing the right-of-way from 60 feet to 50 feet. Actually, the reason for that is if you look, well, this doesn't go out, even if you go off the sheet, the right-of-way along the south side is all pretty much 50 feet from center line. And on the north side, they have greater right-of-way than what is normal. There's actually 75 feet of right-of-way on the north side of the road. So planning is supportive of all of the waivers. And just take any questions.
Questions for Tom?
What's in that little bump out, the part that's not included in the rectangle?
This up here?
Yes.
That used to be part of this entire lot, and then I guess it was earlier last year, they did a final plat to put there's a house on that lot, so they wanted to separate that on its own lot from the rest of the area.
Other questions? Thank you. Testimony from the applicant.
Sure.
Good afternoon, good evening. Mark Palmer with Olson. I guess we get what we deserve when we delay this project for as many times as we did. We get the back clean up here and the last item. I'll be real brief. One item, we agree to all the conditions except for item 1.15, and I think Tom will agree that can be struck. We'll work that out with the county engineer, but we just didn't like the open language of providing drainage easements without any specific dimensions or anything on there, and I think Tom can allude to that. But I'm sorry, with me is Bob Banish, the developer. If you do have any questions for him, he developed the parcel to the north years ago and the acreages to the north. When we originally came in, we were looking to do the 3-acre parcels that you need to subdivide, have each lot with its own well and its own septic system. But the way the property lays out and getting a good mix to where we could create it kind of comes down to the build-through layout of how you could subdivide the lots in the future. We finally saw the light of going to the 1-acre lots and having a community sewer system and doing everything on less land and consolidating the development. And so open for any questions, and so is Bob.
Which did you say is the condition that you wanted struck?
Item 1.15, adding the note on it's the last condition, provided drainage easements. There's a couple of culverts that come through from Van Dorn. I believe they're in the right-of-way. We don't really know what the easement need is, and I think Tom clarified that with the county engineer. We're dedicating more right-of-way as well, which should help that cause.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Additional questions? Okay, thanks. Testimony in its support.
Good evening.
Hello.
John Barry. I am with Lancaster County Engineering. I did have some conversations with Tom earlier today about this 1.15. Our note basically reads, at the time of the final plat, this is not a final plat. This is a special permit. So there is a difference in this. Provide drainage easements for 2 drainage structures that go across Van Dorn as required by the county engineer. When we look at plats, when we look at submittals, we look at the sizes of the pipes that come across our roadways. These pipes, there's 2 of them there, they are both 36-inch pipes, so they're pretty good sized pipes. Generally, our concerns are if for some reason these pipes fail, we usually replace them. Generally, you do not go down in size, you will replace something with something bigger. So that is a concern. But currently, our guidelines state that we should only consider them drainage easements. We can only ask for drainage easements with pipes larger than 36 inches. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and delete this statement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony and support.
Steve Hendrickson, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. I just want to jump up on behalf of the Planning Department to really appreciate their efforts in delaying this so we could work on this. I do apologize. We probably should not have put it at the end of the agenda. So doubly agreed to not only delay this, but we really appreciate them working with us. I think they've come up with a really good plan that will be both successful for them and successful in the long term. So just wanted to add that as well.
Thank you so much. Testimony in support. Testimony in opposition. Any additional questions for staff?
Nope.
Applicant rebuttal, yes.
Just clarifying, John, I not meet you, so I didn't recognize that it was you. We'll provide the easements. We just, if we can just specify what they actually are, is kind of it was just more the concern, and didn't get in touch with them and to work that out ahead of time. So
Understood.
It should be good.
Yeah, makes sense. I think we can just strike it and y'all can figure it out later, right? Okay.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second, Core.
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Public hearing closed.
I would move to approve special permit 21037
With 1.15 struck?
with 1.15 struck, yes.
As a condition of approval?
Right.
Second, Cruz.
You jumped in.
Discussion.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the builder's past history of building very ecologically friendly properties, and I should have asked while you were up here, but you use a lot of geothermal and situate the homes to capture the natural light and heat. And I've been very impressed with that in the past, and I think this will also be a nice development.
Anyone else? Yeah, seems like a great project. Appreciate the different steps that have been taken to make it work, and I will be supporting this as well. Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so. However, we will be pretty angry with you. If not, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, Core.
Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Do you guys, Shelley?